Here's a rare opportunity on a cloudy day as the flowers bloom at Citi Field. Day to play a little hooky. Come to the ballpark. You know, school's in session, but that doesn't keep the true fans away. At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Washington Nationals. Mets baseball is presented in HD by IOTV. Get the best in HD free with IOTV. Had a pleasant good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. I'm Gary Cohen. Ron Darling joins me in a moment, and Ralph Kiner later on as the Mets wrap up their four-game series against the Washington Nationals, trying to avoid getting swept at home in a four-game series for the second time this year. What's plagued the Mets in the first three against the Nats? Well, it's been the offense. They've scored just 4 runs in the last 3 games. They've gotten some pretty good pitching and wasted it. And, Ronnie, this is a team that's performed pretty well offensively all year, getting runners on base, but lately unable to get them in.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to struggle on a homestand, but this one has really been the offense. Last night, they were 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. You can see their RISP average at 230, only scoring a smidgen over 3 runs a game, leaving people on base. They lead the majors in that. But even more importantly, when you see them hit yesterday's ball game, they had a guy on third base twice with less than 2 outs, and weren't able to get them in.
Today on the mound, you've got 2 pitchers who between them have made 3 starts in the major leagues.
Well, and no wins, so they're going to battle each other to see who can come out on top. And Chris Schwinden, in his first game, really struggled, gave up 5 runs in 5 innings pitched against the Atlanta Braves. But we were talking to Tim Tupple before, the manager in AAA, say he was much better than that during the summer. And he's going up against a youngster in Tommy Malone, a young Tom Glavine clone when they talk about him, University of Southern California product, like Ian Kennedy for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And he has struggled. So far, it's been his hitting. He had a 3-run home run in his first start, not his pitching that you're talking about.
Hit that 3-run homer on the first pitch he saw in the major leagues. Mets will face Malone for the second time. Schwinden coming back after a week of rest as the Mets and Nats wrap up their 4-game series here at Citi Field. All the action today right here on SNY. Brought to you by IOTV. Get the best in HD free with IOTV. By Citi. by Cholula Hot Sauce. Want the perfect balance of flavor and heat? Add Cholula Hot Sauce to your next meal. Just look for the iconic wooden cap. And by your Tri-State Ford dealers. Follow the Mets with the MLB.com at Bat11 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Check in using at Bat at Citi Field to receive special offers. Text at Bat to 31826 or visit Mets.com for details. Here's your Mets upcoming schedule. Remember, all Mets games on SNY are available in HD, presented by IOTV, and you can listen to every Mets game on Sports Radio 66 WFAN. Mets dive back into the National League wildcard race this next week as they go to Atlanta for 3 and St. Louis for 3. The Braves 4.5 up on the Cardinals in that race. Then they come home for the final week of the season. 3 with the Phillies, who are already into the postseason and close to clinching the East. And then they finish up the year at home against the Cincinnati Reds. It's the Mets and Nationals last game of the homestand. Mets trying to get a victory before they get out of town. First pitch coming right up.
Run.
Is that Chris Schwinden's choice, Born to Run, for his warm-up music? Very nice. The Californian trying to show off his New York, New Jersey cred. There's your Nats starting lineup brought to you by Ford. And looks like Davey Johnson's going for the foot on the throat. He's going with his regular lineup, day game after a night game. Wilson Ramos, who got the night off last night, the only change from last night's Nationals victory.
Davey still harbors some bad feelings from 1990. Chris Schwinden, you see his numbers in AAA, 8-8, 3.95 ERA. Strikeouts awfully high. Split his time between AA and AAA this season, looking for his first win. Here's the Lexus Mets defense. Pagan Evans, who gets a start in right field, right Tejada, Turner, and Pascucci gets a start at first base tonight and this afternoon, and Paulino behind the plate.
For Val Pascucci, just his 16th major league start as he gets the call at first base today. Ian Desmond leads things off. Desmond 3 for 11 in the series, and Schwinden's first pitch of the day is hit in the air and out to right center. Cutting across is Pagan. Gives way to Evans. 1 out. So Schwinden throws a pitch, gets it out. And Desmond is retired. Now Rick Ankiel hitting second in the order. Ankiel had an 8-game hitting streak snapped last night, but he still contributed in a big way on the final play of the game with a diving catch of Jose Reyes' line drive that probably kept the Mets from tying the game in the 9th inning. And thus it has gone for Ankiel against the Mets with his bat and with his glove.
I mean, game-saving throw to throw out Tolley. Game-saving catch that you talked about last night. Remember, he hustled out that double play ball, potential double play ball, and beat the throw to first. Well, this is the catch last night. Looked like it was a base hit off the bat of Reyes. The only person on that team, maybe Bernardina could have, that could make that catch on that line drive.
And as we talked about last night, it was the presence of mind by Ankiel to use 2 hands on a diving catch, which you never see, which kept that ball from falling in. Because that ball was really never in his glove. It was kind of balanced against the heel, and it was only because he had his bare hand there that he was able to hang on. And Schwinden falls behind on Ankiel, 3-1.
NFL, Terry could have thrown the flag, Gary, on that one.
Well,
on that catch by Ankiel.
We looked at the replay, and I don't think the ball ever hit the ground, but it was certainly threatening to. And that's a borderline strike called by Dale Scott, 3-2.
Catches right on the palm, cradles it with that second hand, but when he hit the ground, brought it up and showed it to the umpire. That's a good catch.
2 high, ball 4, and Ankiel draws a 1-out walk. Chris Schwinden began his year in Double-A this year, figuring that that was where he was going to spend most of the season. As it turned out, he made 1 appearance at Binghamton, and then because Buffalo had early injuries to pitchers, Henry Mejia got hurt and Booth Bonser got hurt, he was called up for what was supposed to be just an emergency start in Triple-A, but did so well that he kept getting more starts, and he had a tremendous beginning to his season. First half of the year, he was one of the huge stories in the organization. There's Ryan Zimmerman, and he takes a strike. Now, Schwinden did tail off toward the end of the year to the point where there was discussion in the organization whether he would get a September call-up at all because they felt as though he had thrown a lot of innings. And perhaps we saw the effects of that in his first start a week ago against the Braves.
Well, that walk to Ankiel is out of the norm for Schwinden his whole minor league career. About a 4-to-1 ratio, strikeout to walks.
Zimmerman 3 for 11 in the series, getting a 291 on the year, and he takes a strike. For Schwinden, a 43rd round draft pick by the Mets back in 2007 out of Fresno Pacific University, the Sunbirds.
It was interesting. We were watching the Mets last night. Peacock for the Washington Nationals, their rookie, would kind of keep the glove close to his vest, kind of tumble the ball in his glove. Just the opposite for Schwinden. When he cradles that glove in the stretch, he'll bring it about a foot away from his belt and hold it.
It's a big target at first base, by the way.
Yeah, he's huge.
Al Pascucci listed at 6'6", 260.
You see how he's tumbling that baseball, thinking about the grip, what Paulino's going to call, and trying to zone in.
Breaking ball, bounced to third. Not all that hard hit. The turn by Turner not in time to double up Zimmerman.
Well, David Shore with this play gets the throw to Turner, who turns it, and you know he's going to stay in there. And the Mets not able to turn a double play.
So Zimmerman at first now with 2 out, and Michael Morse will be the batter. It's been a rough go for David Wright at third base lately. 7 errors in his last 9 games. I mean, we've seen David struggle defensively before, but it's usually with throws, and that hasn't really been the issue during this recent stretch. Morris 2 for 12 in the series with a couple of RBIs, and he takes a strike.
You know, Gary, he's gone to that school of of picking at the baseball that you kind of play it off to your side occasionally, which is fine. Last night was a different kind of error. He played it like you'd see an infielder play it in 1950, right in the middle of his body. Great form, just couldn't come up with it.
One and one to Morris. Morris having himself a breakout year, 7th in the National League in batting, 27 home runs, 6th in the league in slugging percentage. He's gone from being a role player to being a major star. And you have to certainly think that as the Nats look forward to next season that he will be their opening day left fielder, because they're going to get Adam LaRoche back from shoulder surgery and have him under contract. You have to assume that LaRoche will be back at first base.
Well, just like the Mets are playing Dude out there to give him experience, I think they want Morris to just get really comfortable playing left field, converted infielder.
Swing and a miss, and Schwinden has a strikeout. Morris is down to end the inning. A walk in, one left. Mets come to bat with no score. Jose Reyes getting the day off with a day game after a night game. However, Terry Collins said today he does plan to play him all 3 games in Atlanta against the postseason contending Braves.
I see the numbers so far. Tommy Malone, that high ERA, he's given up 7 runs in his 10 innings of pitch. When you talk about Malone, or the Nationals talk about him, they see him as kind of a Tommy Glavine type. Pitches to the corners, reads hitters, exposes their weaknesses, throws strikes.
Ruben Tejada leads things off, playing shortstop today. 3rd time this year that he has led off. Tejada at 271, 3 for 9 in this series. It'll be Tejada, Turner, and Wright to try and get it started for the Mets, who were shut out last night by Brad Peacock, who picked up his first big league win. Well, we've certainly seen a lot of the Nationals' young pitching. We haven't seen Strasburg this year because, well, he can only pitch in home games. But we saw Peacock last night, and now getting our second look at Tom Malone. And another fly ball by Tejada. This one might get over Morse, and it does. Tejada cruises into second base with a leadoff double. Well, he has been taking big rips of late, trying to hit long fly balls, and this one a productive one.
Well, he got lucky. He picked the right outfielder here. Morse did not pick off the ball off the bat. Now, he stroked that pretty good, the left center, but he was playing shallow, did not pick it up, and didn't have the speed to catch up to his mistake.
you know, there's a part of you that almost wishes that Morris had caught the ball, because you don't want Tejada to get encouraged by that to keep on trying to slug the ball out of the ballpark. It's just not his game. Here's Justin Turner, 1 for 5 in the series, including a pinch hit double last night, and he takes it wide for ball 1. Turner in the month of September hitting .385, so in a year where he has played more than he ever has before, he has shown signs of finishing very strong.
You know, Gary, the one thing about that hit from Tejada, though, and he drove that pretty good, and I know what you're saying, the ball's in the air, but they keep creeping in, creeping in, creeping in. All he has to do is beat him once with a ball like that. It pushes him back a couple of steps.
And he gets 5 blue pits in front of him.
There you go.
As compensation. Malone behind on Turner, 2-0. And he misses inside. Malone has not walked a batter yet in the major leagues. 10 innings, no walks. David Wright on deck.
Won 12 games in Double-A a season ago when he was the organizational pitcher of the year, and 12 again this year in Triple-A.
He's not going to throw particularly hard, but he's got a really good changeup and a pretty decent curveball. That's what the Mets did last night with their opportunities. In a word, well, 2 words, not much. 3-1 to Turner, and he fouls back.
We're behind Malone today defensively for the Nats. Of course, light defense. Morse and Keel, who's been great defensively this series. Worth and Wright, Zimmerman, Desmond, Espinosa, and Marrero. A couple errors in 16 starts this year, and Wilson Ramos, Met killer, behind the plate.
Nats have been playing Marrero every day at first base coming down the stretch, trying to see what that former first-round draft pick can do. Malone issues his first big league walk. Turner's aboard, and the Mets have the first 2 men on. So now David Wright, who has really struggled during this homestand offensively and defensively. Just 5 hits in his last 37 at bats.
He's out here early today, extra early, taking some extra batting practice, trying to find his way.
And another set of eyes watching him today. You know, sometimes the same message delivered by a different messenger can pay dividends. And one of the Mets minor league hitting instructors, Lamar Johnson, is with the team, and he was working with David before the game. Right back to Malone. Out at second, and Espinosa with the nice pickup turns the double play. 1-4-3.
Well, that was a pretty ugly play right from the start. Jammed his right. Nice play by Malone, but he throws a changeup over here, and both the second baseman Espinosa and Desmond weren't sure who was covering. That's supposed to be determined before the ball is hit back to Malone, but they turned the play anyway.
So Tejada winds up at third with 2 out. And now Jason Bay will step in. Bay getting in the cleanup spot against the left-hander. He's hitting .308 against lefties this year. Both David Wright and Jason Bay were honored on the field before the game today. They won National League Player of the Week awards back-to-back weeks.
Last time that happened, I think, was for the Mets in 06 with Reyes and Wright.
Angel Pagan waiting on deck. That's got the first 2 men on against Malone, but the double play short-circuiting the inning, and now the 2-0 changeup, and that has Bay exasperated. But it gives you an idea what Malone is all about. Comes back with a cutter, and it's 2-2.
Changeup away, cutter in, opens up for changeup away, fastball in if you wanted to dot him, fastball away if you wanted to dot him. Many different alternatives for Malone. Evans watches.
And Bay down swinging on the changeup, so Malone putting on an exhibition there of pitching, taking care of Bay, and working around a leadoff double. No score after 1. Second inning in a scoreless game. His first start against the Braves, he got tagged for 3 runs in the first inning before he could even breathe. Here he puts up a 0 in the first and he'll take on Jason Worth in the second. Worth 5 for 11 in this series, hitting a .234 for the year. It'll be Worth, Espinosa, and Marrero for the Nationals in the second. And as a young pitcher, now that you've gotten through your first major league start, what happens in that second start that makes it easier than the first?
I would say, Gary, if you pitch well in your first start, I think your second start you're much more relaxed. If you pitch like Schwinden did in his first start and everything, not a lot of things went his way, then I still think you're feeling the pressure to, show what you have. You know that you have only a certain number of starts here in September. It looks like he's going to get one more after this, to show what you're worth, to put something in the memory bank for Terry Collins, Alderson, and everyone else that you'll be a guy in spring training to count on.
Worth hooks one deep down the line and just foul.
So I still think he's got nerves. I don't think they're much different than the ones he had in his first start. And sometimes it takes 2 or 3 to really get going. It just, to me, it looks, and I haven't seen him pitch until I saw him his first start, he looks a little tight. You know what I mean? Like he's having a hard time getting really loose and throwing nice and free and easy.
And the curveball fouled off. I find it interesting the way the Mets have handled Schwinden since he got here. I mean, there was question about whether they were going to call him up at all because of his innings count and because of the fact that he had faded late in the minor league season. Then they gave him a start because they had the doubleheader last week. And at the time, the decision was that that was going to be his only start, and they might spot him in relief a little bit. And then all of a sudden, they kind of turned on a dime and decided, well, he's going to get at least 2 more. And here he is today. I don't know whether that's indecision on the part of the organization about him and the condition that he's in at this point of the year as Worth strikes out, or whether it's just that they feel they need to get a look at this kid right now to see what he's got.
I think that's definitely the reason, as he gets him on this little cutter on the outside corner. I think that definitely is. And I think at some point, Gary, you're probably looking at the rotation as it was 2 weeks ago, a week ago, 10 days, whatever, and seeing that you're pitching a Miguel Batista, a 40-year-old, every fifth day. And, you know, there's no need to do that. You know exactly what Miguel can give you.
Here's Danny Espinosa, 3 for 7 in the series. And tries the drag bunt, which was oddly successful for him last night.
Yeah,
Bunt that he popped up about 70 feet and got a hit out of.
Well, you know, it's interesting here in September. I'm sure they're working on it, trying to do some things. You see Pell pitch a nice ball game, 2 runs in 7 innings last night. Espinosa has had a strange season, a lot of extra base hits, low average, a lot of strikeouts. What can you do to counteract that? Maybe bunt to get on occasionally, pump that average up, take away those strikeouts.
Well, the biggest thing for Espinosa, I mean, he's obviously a powerful guy, but he also has speed. He needs to put more balls in play.
Yeah.
You can't strike out over 150 times if you're that type of player. And the curveball in for a strike, 1-2.
You know, I think Espinosa at some point, and he's having the numbers in his rookie season, envisions himself being maybe an Ugla type guy. You know, a guy could hit 25 plus home runs and play a middle infield position.
Driven to right field, and Evans is there. 2 out. Even on a cloudy day, Nick has his flip downs just in case. It's like a Boy Scout.
I'd wear him in the booth if you guys would let me. I'm telling you. Yeah, exactly.
Always prepared.
Be true.
I would not be averse to you sporting flip downs here on a nice sunny day.
Why not? Little eye black? No eye black for Nick. I think Justin Turner's got eye black working today.
We had a little sunshine as the game began, as another one comes right at Nick, and he barely has to move to retire Marrero and end the inning. 1, 2, 3 go the Nats against Schwinden in the second. Pagan will lead off. Right and Jason Bay received recognition for their recent NL Player of the Week awards. On hand to present them with special edition Mets watches was the president of Game Time Watches, Adam Pennington. Game Time Watches, the official licensed watch of the NFL and Major League Baseball.
See Schwinden trying to explain to Paulino. He's trying to get that ball out in front, get a little sink on it. Paulino trying to, you know, when you haven't caught a guy, you want to have some good communication going back and forth. So Paulino has some things he can look for to be able to tell Schwinden if he is not coming up with the goods.
Angel Pagan fouls off the first pitch, and that'll settle into the crowd, which suddenly is pockmarked with umbrellas because some rain has begun to fall at Citi Field. I guess you can put those flip downs away for a little while. Not a hard rain, but enough to chase some folks back for cover. Some, though, came prepared. Always carry it. Keeps the rain away, you know. In tight to Pagan.
Gentleman's got to hold the umbrella, though, right, Gary?
You know, the world's changed a little bit.
Well, it's got to change back. Come on.
Now raining a little bit harder. And a lot harder. 2-1 now to Pagan. Well, that went from light to heavy in record time.
Did you see Angel look at the umpire like, you still want me to hit?
Three balls and a strike. Well, the forecast is that this system is supposed to pass through pretty quickly. And I'm sure the umpires know that. Dale Scott is the crew chief. He's the home plate umpire. And his shirt already getting soaking wet. And Pagan draws the walk. So Malone, who had not walked a batter in his first 2 starts, has walked 2 of the first 5 that he's faced today. And I think he needs a drier ball if he could find one. There's your umpiring crew. Dale Scott, the crew chief. Jerry Meals, C.B. Buckner, and Dan Iasonia have been here for this entire 4-game series.
I think they've had a strong series, right? These umpires, when you don't talk about them too much, they've done a great job.
Here's Nick Evans getting the start in right field today. Evans homered against Malone in Malone's major league debut 12 days ago in Washington. The track getting awfully wet in a hurry, so you wonder whether Pagan can think about stealing a base, and now they're going to stop the game. So we have a rain delay, and the grounds crew will get out there and cover it before that infield takes too much more water. I know that Dale was hoping that the rain would let up quickly, but you know, you can't allow too much water to get on that infield, because otherwise it'll take way too much time to fix it once you're ready to play again.
Look at though, it's really stopping. He's just telling them to wait a second.
Well, it's still raining rather heavily, but not as heavily as it was a few moments ago. And
I think I'm begging in the booth here. That's what happened.
So the umpires and the grounds crew in communication, and they have great weather forecasting here to give them an idea of what's coming. And it's like, we're going to be checking all the information. What are we going to do? Cover it or don't cover it?
Well, you would think you'd get the best read here, Gary. We're less than a mile away from LaGuardia, right? And they've got to have the best instruments in town.
Well, it would appear that we're in a holding pattern. The grounds crew is not covering the field. So they're obviously saying that it's going to pass quickly. The question is, if you let the infield take too much more water, how much work is it going to take to get it ready to play when it stops?
Then it's going to take 45 minutes to get the
yeah, you can see Dale Scott's a little frustrated. He's betwixt and between right here. He's getting a forecast which says it's going to stop, but right now it's not stopping, and he sees the condition of the infield. C.B. Buckner is going over and inspecting the left side of the infield to see how much water it's taking right now.
I honestly, if you're between, throw the tarp on. What's the difference, right? They can get it off pretty quickly. Don't err on the other side, or these guys will be out here manicuring this field for a good time.
Well, it would appear that the plan right now is to hold off on the tarp and start treating the dirt surfaces. One of the grounds crew members is already out with a bag of the Diamond Dry. There he is. So they're going to start the process of fixing the field as it continues to rain.
I've never seen this before.
This is an odd situation. Well, these guys work so incredibly hard over the course of the season. I mean, the work that you see during rain delays like this, but also the work that you don't see, just in terms of keeping this field manicured, keeping that infield dirt in the proper form, and it's a thankless job, and one that requires an incredible amount, not only of labor but skill.
You know, I miss Shea Stadium for that reason. At Shea, used to see the grounds crew guys all the time because their place was behind home plate, and now you never see them until they're on the field.
Well, now they're going to unroll the tarp as the rain is not abating quickly, at least not as quickly as Dale Scott and the weather forecasters had hoped.
Well, you know what they're doing here, Gary, I think, is that they're getting that dry stuff on the mound so that when they put the tarp on it, they'll have a chance to soak up any remaining water that has gathered on the mound. So when they come out here and take the tarp off later, that mound, except for raking it a little bit and filling in a couple of holes, will be good to go, ready to go.
What's the most important thing about the condition of the mound as far as a pitcher is concerned? What are you looking for in terms of the right, I don't know, texture of the mound surface?
I always say stickiness. You want it to be a mound that your cleat will not grab and turn your ankle, but you also want it to be sticky enough so that you really are able to push off and land and feel like you're going to really have a good base. And also the other thing is most important for all pitchers, you like a nice angle. There's some mounds you feel like you're throwing uphill. You want that nice, I don't know, 45-degree angle almost down to home plate where you feel like you're falling over your front leg and can deliver a good fastball.
Now, when they put that diamond dry down on the mound, does that change the texture appreciably?
It does. It makes it really more that your cleat will slide along the top, and it makes it a little more difficult. You have to kind of sometimes even limit your stride to pitch on a mound like that.
So it probably is going to be a rather brief delay, judging by the forecast. There's a system that's just moving through, and I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes from now it should be over. But then the grounds crew is going to need some time to get that infield in shape. So we're going to wait here, and we'll be back as soon as they're ready to resume. No score in the second inning. Right now, we're going to take you to an episode of Mets Yearbook from 1973. 40 minutes. The Mets and Nats ready to play baseball again in the bottom of the second inning. Angel Pagan, the base runner at first base. Nobody out. Nick Evans at the plate with a 1-0 count. Tom Malone back on the mound after the rain delay. And we are set to go. Back underway at 2:17. A 40-minute rain delay. And a 1-1 count to Nick Evans. Well, that was not too onerous as far as rain delays go. And the sun is even shining here at Citi Field. So when Nick goes back to right field, he can take his flip downs back with him. Evans hitting at 262, 1 for 8 in this series, and he hits a slow ground ball, and Zimmerman sweeps it up and gets the out at first as Pagan moves up a base. The ball was such a grass skimmer, it almost looked like it came off his foot, but it didn't.
You know, I really enjoyed coming back straight to baseball. We broach this with our employers that no opening, just back straight to the lineup.
Valentino Pascucci gets his first start as a Met. He's had 2 at-bats. 32-year-old minor league slugger who hit 21 bombs at Buffalo this year and batted .264. Started 15 games for the Montreal Expos in 2004, including the last game in Montreal Expos history. And that was at Shea Stadium. And Pascucci had 3 hits, including a home run in that game. And he takes a strike. And now here he is making his very next start 7 years later against the same organization that he played for in the big leagues back in '04 and in the same town. Grounded down to third, and a fair ball for Zimmerman, and makes the long toss on target. Pagan moves over to third. So Pascucci retired on the ground ball. Now 2 out, Pagan at third, and here's Ronnie Polino. Well, the Mets were 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position last night. They're already 0 for 3 in the game today. Mets got 2 men aboard in the first inning, couldn't get anybody home. A leadoff walk here in the second, and now Polino.
You know, Gary, one of the things that can change for a young pitcher, both pitchers got off to not slow starts, but Malone a slower start, is that with that rain delay, you can really sit down with your pitching coach and just have a conversation and go over every single pitch you threw in that inning plus.
What about physically, Ronnie? I mean, a 40-minute rain delay, it's kind of like sitting on the bench while your team scores 8 runs.
Yeah, later in my career, what I would do is ride the bike just very, very easily, just to continue to keep that sweat really working.
And that just missed. 3-0 to Polino with the pitcher Schwinden on deck. Ronnie hitting at 276, his first start in this series. Caught Schwinden's first start last week against the Braves, and now he'll get intentional ball 4. So it's an intentional walk. Third walk by Malone already through the first 8 batters. And the Nats will prefer to go after Schwinden, who was 0 for 2 in his big league debut, 1 for 13 in the minor leagues this year. Playing aboard to run again.
That's his song.
That's his song.
Love it.
I mean, it's hard for old folks like you and me to admit this, but you know, Chris Schwinden wasn't born when Born to Run came out. That's right. It's a call strike. 1975. Schwinden was what a blip. First and third and 2 out. And Chris fouls one off, and it's 0-2. And you got Lucas Duda coming to the plate to Hendricks.
That's right.
I mean, this new generation of players, they've got a little musical memory.
They might put us back in play.
Let's not go too far.
Okay.
And the curveball from Malone catches the outside corner, and Schwinden is down looking to end the inning. Second strikeout for Malone. Ralph Kiner joins us when we come back. No score at Citi Field. 40-minute rain delay. The Mets and Nats going to the third with no score. And Ralph Kiner has sat out the rain delay and is here with us. How are you, Ralph?
Well, I got a little wet, but not bad.
Well, Ralph, in this 50th season of Mets baseball, the Mets were mathematically eliminated yesterday, but you went through that fairly often and a lot earlier in the early days of the ball club.
Yeah, the thing was, in the old days, we kept the TV right there at the ballpark. And we'd go and interview baseball players that were in the stands or whatever there. And I had some great interviews with some of the old timers like Greenberg, and it was really a little more intimate than more in a picture or a movie or something like that.
Don't give them any ideas, Ralph.
You don't want to go back to that, huh?
Wilson
I'll
Ramos,
tell you, it was work, though. You really had to. First of all, you had to scout them out, find them, and that was not easy.
You give them a 2.5-hour rain delay, you might go through about 15 interviews. 1-1 to Ramos. Well, Ralph, you worked through the early days of this ball club, and we were talking last week about how the Mets lost 110 or more games 3 of their first 5 years. How difficult was that for you guys? I know the first year had to be very exciting, but after that, how did you deal with watching and keeping an upbeat attitude watching that kind of baseball through the years?
The one thing that we did do, and that created a new way to get fans interested, we did banner days, and we would show the banners in the stands and go around and talk about that. Anything to kill time until they got back to that. And so you would do that sort of thing and improvise more or less the way to fill in the time. The main thing is they weren't prepared. We had I did my Kiner's Corner show with the main part of the show coming from downtown New York. Really? And and many a time I'd call up like, let's take a look at so-and-so, Cleon Jones with his home run, and they'd put up Tommy Agee instead of Cleon Jones. So you had to really improvise when they did that.
Ralph, you see our openings. They're very simple. Have they changed since you guys started?
No, they stayed about the same. That part was very simple. Of course, you introduce the team you're playing, all that sort of thing, and the lineups, and it's basically the same thing.
Third strikeout for Chris Schwinden as he gets Met killer Wilson Ramos for the first out. And now watch out for this guy. Now, when the Mets faced Tom Malone in Washington, the first pitch he saw in his major league career, he hit a 3-run homer.
Pretty good way to start.
The pitcher. He hit 346 in the minors this year.
Yeah, but the whole thing, actually, the pitcher is usually the guy that plays other positions and is the best athlete on the ball club.
Although I think that's changed, Ralph. I think with the specialization, you have a lot of kids that become pitchers really early. In your day and in my day, the kid who played shortstop ended up being the pitcher in the big leagues.
Well, I played shortstop, and I had pitch and liked the pitch.
And that stays fair for Pascucci, and he retires Malone for the second out. How would you scout yourself as a pitcher, Ralph?
Well, I threw a forkball, which is now called a splitter.
You were before your time.
And I didn't have a curveball, but I had a slider. But now they call all breaking ball sliders.
Yeah.
Very seldom you hear an announcer call a curveball.
And what kind of velocity do you think you were generating?
About 50 miles an hour.
No, not now. Then.
It was one of the best changeups, I think.
Here's Ian Desmond with 2 out and nobody on. And he takes a fastball for a strike.
The game is it's interesting how the game has changed so much. They used to say, well, they threw an in shoot. You never hear that now.
No.
Yeah? Or an out shoot. That was a curveball.
Outshoot was a curveball.
And the inshoot was actually a screwball.
Screwball.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
Which is probably where the Japanese term shuto came from.
That's right. The drop is something that used to use before.
That's an overhand curveball is what it is. And then here's one you never hear anymore. Crossfire.
Crossfire, that's right.
That's thrown across your body, and you hear that it was playing that way, but not the crossfire.
It's kind of like the golf clubs. The old ones were called mashies and different things like that, and now they have the 9-iron or 8-iron. There used to be ways to describe pitchers that you don't use anymore. I use breaking ball a lot because it's in between a curve and a slider.
That way you don't have to guess whether it was a curve or slider. That's a good way to get around that.
Desmond with a 2-out hit, first hit for the Nationals this afternoon.
How many times do people ask you, how do you call curveballs? I mean, do you see it curved or how do you call it? What do you say? It's a breaking ball.
Yeah, that's right. You know, they use different terms now. You know, Keith was talking about it yesterday. Hitters talk about squaring the ball up. You know, when they describe pitchers who have good breaking balls, they say this kid can really spin it. I mean, that's what they say now.
That's right.
He can spin the baseball.
Here's Rick Ankiel, who walked his first time.
I like spinning the ball, though. You know, and that means it's going to be one of maybe 4 or 5 pitches.
Yeah.
And of course, there was in the really good days, the spitball. I mean, there were a lot of pitchers who threw spitballs, and they actually did use saliva. And most of the guys chewed tobacco. That's why they chewed tobacco, to get a spitball.
Get a lot of saliva, which is a little unseemly when you think about it, right, at some point.
Of course, there was a time when the spitball was legal.
It was legal, and the reason why they condemned it was, first of all, it was a tough pitch to hit.
They makes the slide. Nice barehand pickup to get the ball back to the infield and keep a run from scoring. And hold Ankiel at first base. It was quite an athletic play by Bay, even though he didn't make the catch.
Wow. And had the wherewithal to throw the ball to second base, like you said, Gary. You know, the way he's sliding like that, it allowed him, of course, running in on this baseball. He's thinking that he's going to make the play, then he can't. That way, if he goes into the slide, he knows at some point he's going to stop. Smart play.
That's the whole reason for the slide, was to stop.
So runners at the corners with 2 out. Back-to-back hits by Desmond and Ankiel. And here's Zimmerman, who grounded into a force play his first time up. No score. We're in the third after a 40-minute rain delay. Stop play in the bottom of the second. And Schwindel misses with the fastball. 1-0. The Nationals, with their victory last night, their 70th win of the year, have now won one more game than they won all of last year.
And this game is a battle for third place.
It's true. Whoever wins today leaves town in third. It's appeared to be solidly entrenched in third place until this homestand, which has seen them go 1-7.
The one thing about third place, it sounds better.
First sounds even better. Hit sharply, but right at Turner. Still has time to make the force play and end the inning. 2 hits and 2 left. We go to the bottom of the third. Top of the batting order coming up for New York with no score. Just gives a beautiful view of the entire expanse of the outfield, and part of that outfield visited by Ruben Tejada in the first inning.
Well, he got a pitch up and in the strike zone. Malone was not throwing too hard in that first inning, took advantage and dumped it over the head of Morse.
That's 2 base runners in each of the first 2 innings, unable to cash in. Tejada has the only hit for the Mets. His 13th double. He also has a triple this year.
You know, he has really improved with his swing. He has shortened his swing up tremendously. And he didn't have that long swing that got him in trouble all the time. He gets onto the ball in a hurry.
Soft line drive, short hop by Espinosa, and that's the first out. So 1 out. Justin Turner coming up. Let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin.
Well, guys, you showed at the beginning of the broadcast that outstanding catch by Rick Ankiel last night to seal the game for the Nationals. I was talking to him today about the jump he got on that ball, and he said, you know, really, a lot of it has to do with the pitcher and what kind of control the pitcher has. He said, for instance, last night, that situation, I knew that Drew Storm was going to work Reyes away. So as soon as that ball comes off his fingertips, I see where it's going, and I kind of lean in that direction. So that allows me to get good jumps. Honestly, if you have a guy that doesn't have great control of the zone that day, you know, you could get caught a little bit. But in that case, the situation and just kind of cheating a little bit helped him get that kind of jump. And this one's right at him.
Perfectly timed. By the way, Kevin, it's nice to have you back in the great outdoors.
Yeah, what were you calling us in the switch rolls, Gary?
I believe you were Winthorpe and Valentine.
It's good to be here. It was fun, a little switcheroo, but it's good to be back in the open air today. That's for sure. No tie either. Tie gets to be 3 days in a row. Oof.
You looked very GQ though. That was
did.
A nice look for you.
You know, Ankiel couldn't hit the catcher when he was pitching, and now he can hit the catcher from 250 feet away.
Yes, he can.
How do you figure that? Here's David Wright, who had a comebacker into a double play his first trip.
I know you, Gary, you said that he has a best right arm in the outfield. He has that. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
It used to be, I think, Ralph, that there were more better outfield arms than we have today.
Well, I think really more than that is the fact that the balls are hit harder now.
Wright is thrown out by Desmond. A 5-pitch inning for Tom Malone. We head to the 4th. Mets and Nats, no score. And Facebook.com/Mets. Join the conversation. Add your voice to the Mets social media community today. 4th inning, no score. Michael Morse leads off against Chris Schwinden. Morris struck out his first time up, and he takes a strike. It'll be Morris, Worth, and Espinosa for the Nationals in the 4th inning.
You know, we always talk about sequence of pitches. Today we're going to talk about the pitches that were effective. Fastball in the outside corner to Morse. Another fastball that he swings through, and a little cutter there on the outside part. Up in the strike zone, Morse sits down.
It has appeared through this series, and the Mets have done a pretty good job against Morris, that they have determined that they need to attack him with hard stuff.
Well, talking to not only the Mets but the Nationals, they said that Morris's bat is getting a little slow. First time that he's really gotten this many at bats.
Puts this one out to center field, and Pagan is under it. One away. Well, certainly Morris has played more than he has at any point in his career. Here's Worth his first time up.
Worth, the same thing, the sequence of pitches we talk about, but which ones were effective? This one kind of running inside, same kind of action that he fouls, and then that little cutter. So 2 pitches that set up the last one. Balls both running in on Worth, made him conscious of the ball in, and then cut one away for the strikeout.
Worth is rather an unusual hitter. He had great years with the Phillies, but he was carried by the other hitters in the lineup. And now he is really looked upon with the money he makes as a guy to be the hitter for the Washington Ball Club. But he strikes out way too much. There's a little cutter there. See the slight movement of the ball. It's spinning.
Well, it's really the reason Swindon's here in the major leagues is that pitch that he developed this year, and it got him to control right-handed hitters and left-handed hitters a little better.
I think that's a story that we've heard fairly consistently over the last 2 years. Pitchers who have taken up the cutter and found newfound success.
Well, it's generational, or maybe it's just it seems like every 5 to 10 years a new pitch comes around. You know, the changeup was a big pitch in the last 20 years. Now the cutter since Rivera.
But the cutter today that you see out here is really a slider in the old days.
Yes.
Of course, back in the 80s and the early 90s, it was the splitter that everybody was taking up as that weapon of choice.
And the splitter was a variation of a forkball. And the guy that threw the forkball with great success was Elroy Face of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
You know, I picked up when we're facing the Cardinals a lot, I worked on a cutter, and every time I threw it right, it was so effective, but I was only about 50-50, and so could not use it really.
Well, Bruce Sutter is a guy that brought the cutter into play, and he couldn't throw a forkball.
Schwinden gets the ball in on Worth, and Turner under the pop-up. 2 out.
Let's take a look at the head position of the batter. He stayed pretty much on that ball, so his head was really basically right in about the right spot.
I think what we're seeing, Ralph, is watch him backside. See how it kind of collapses down? That, I think, gives you the illusion that his head is dropping. Really, it's his backside from the waist down that collapses in the strike zone once he makes contact.
Yeah, but when the leg breaks down like that, you have to drop your head down.
2 out and nobody on. Now Danny Espinosa, who lined to right his first trip. And Schwinden starting to get ahead of the hitters. Was a different Chris Schwinden than we saw a week ago. The nerves have abated, and he is throwing strikes. And there's the curveball fouled off, and it's 0-2.
He gets pretty good action on that curveball.
He does, and he uses it interestingly enough, usually in the middle of the count. It's a good pitch in the future for him to get an automatic strike if he can throw it for strikes.
It's better that what he throws is really more like a curveball should be when it breaks down. A slider usually breaks sideways more than down.
Chris Schwinden will turn 25 years of age next week, making his second big league start today. 1-2 to Espinosa, and he bounces that breaking ball. 2-2.
There's the breaking ball in the dirt, but not chased. There's so many batters that chase that ball in the dirt, it can't be hit. So I mean, if you happen to hit it, you can get the base hit, but it's almost impossible to take a bouncing ball and make it go where you would like it to go.
I just think the difference between AAA and here, Gary and Ralph, is that breaking ball in the dirt is swung over the top by AAA hitters, and here it's just taken for a ball.
And it should be taken.
That's right.
You know, we talk a lot about different pitches or whatever, and they've been talking a lot about you got to work the count, which is a bunch of baloney. You don't work the count. You want to. The thing that would help a hitter is that you know what's coming. And what's coming is when you can hit anything, if you happen to know what it is.
Ball 4, and Espinosa draws the walk. Second one given up by Schwinden.
I said to Ted Williams one time, I said, Ted, do you guess? He says, you bet I guess. You guess I guess. It's you have to anticipate the ball to make it to hit it and get an advantage. But the count of 3-1, you should look for a fastball if the guy throws fastballs on 3-1 counts. And if it's not a fastball, you take the pitch.
Evans back to the edge of the track and pulls in the drive by Marrero to end the inning. A walk and one left. Still no score at Citi Field. Today, who holds the Mets single season record for multi-hit games, which is certainly relevant since Jose Reyes has had such a huge year with multi-hit games. Jason Bay leads off in the home fourth inning. Bay struck out his first time up, facing Tom Malone, whom the Mets strafed for 4 runs in 4 1/3 first time they faced him. Now pitching shutout ball as he starts the fourth inning.
He started out with a fastball there. He struck out Bay on a changeup his first time up.
These are the pitches that are effective. Changeups that you just mentioned, Ralph, going to the well often against Bay.
Now, when you have 2 strikes on you, you got to look for anything. You can't look for a fastball. You have to look for any pitch so you can get the bat on the ball. And Bay strikes out way too much. He's also very deep in the box.
When you say look for any pitch, Ralph, do you start off looking for a particular pitch and adjust to another, or is it just you react to whatever you see?
Well, it depends on the batter, but a lot of people, I used to hit off the slider. I look for the slider, I could hit the fastball. And so it didn't bother me. But if you're not fast enough with your hands, you're not going to be able to hit the fastball. You're looking for a breaking ball.
So 90% of the hitters are probably hunting fastball and adjusting off that, right, Ralph?
But most of the hitters say, I always look for a fastball. You can adjust because the other pitches are always slower than the fastball. Here's the changeup right there, and it's down. It's out of the strike zone, so you help the pitcher out there, and you walk back to the bench like that when you do that.
So 1 out and nobody on. Let's check in with Kevin.
Guys, despite what this guy says on the radio that all I do is go around and eat hot dogs every day, sometimes I talk to, I guess, celebrities that come to the game too. Boomer and Carton from The Fan are here, and you're babes of baseball. You have fans here today. This is quite impressive on your end. I'm very proud of you.
Well, first off, it's the first time you haven't interviewed a guy dressed as a sausage or a hot dog in about a month. So the fact you're with us, I appreciate it, because now that you're Mr. Cowboy, I thought you'd big time us. But we're here with a lot of women and a lot of guys here. It's our babes in baseball. And we figured, despite the Mets record, nice afternoon, good day for a ball game. We love the stadium. Why not bring a bunch of people out here and have a good time?
All right, now let me ask you a question. When do you guys sleep? I'm very curious. I mean, when you're listening in the morning, watching in the morning, whatever it is, when do you actually sleep? As a base hit here down the line by Angel Pagan. He's going to stop at first.
By the way, we love when you do that.
That's like a little cut in there?
I love when you're talking to a guy and you're like, here's the 3-2 pitch, that's a line drive single, right? So listen, Bob. Well, you remember the Seinfeld when Kramer learns that the great artist of all time took like 20-minute cat naps, and then he winds up in the Hudson River? That's how Boom and I operate. We just haven't wound up in the river yet. 20 minutes here, 20 minutes there.
I mean, you're doing a morning show. You're doing games at night. What happens when you're doing a football game, say, in Denver, and you got to be on the morning in 2 hours?
Well, I show back up, and then it's like Weekend at Bernie's. They just prop me up, and he does all the talking. He does it that way anyway. But I have to tell you, I'm talking to the lovely ladies back here, and they all know who Keith Hernandez is, but they have no idea who Ron Darling is. It's amazing. They were saying that Ron's a little overrated. I don't know what that means. But I'll tell you, he's a great guy. Ronnie's a great guy, ladies. No worries about it. He's kind of cute, but he's not Keith Hernandez.
Well, Keith was on side. Who is more grumpy, would you say, at 4 a.m.? Is it Boom or you?
Well, I don't see Boomer at 4. He shows up at 10 to 6. But
he's on Keith time.
Yeah, and the beauty of Keith, and Keith shared the story with us on our morning show on WFAN. I don't know if Ronnie or Gary know the story, and here's Nick Evans looking at the 1-1. And Keith walks around his house once a month in his old Met jersey, just to see how. Keith, you told us the story, and I think it's great that even at his advanced age, he has a beautiful mustache, and he likes in a Met jersey, which is great.
I don't want to see that picture, though. The slippers on, the whole thing.
Yeah, the thing that I've done with Keith is I've gotten rid of all my gold coins. And, because he's told me to. And I'll tell you what, I feel so much better because of it.
I'm just going to get out of here for this goes somewhere I don't want it to go. Guys, good to see you. Always a pleasure to listen, and we'll see you soon. I got to go eat a hot dog.
Well, you guys are the best and smartest TV broadcast, and we have Angel.
All right, guys, take it away.
Pagan caught in the rundown and finally tagged out by Malone. So Malone picks off Pagan. 1-3-6-1 on the caught stealing. By the way, I'm wondering now whether Boomer wears the shoulder pads in the number 7. That's walking around his house.
Maybe the best move in the game. See how he looks? That was almost modeled after Andy Pettitte. That move right there by Malone. Just beautiful how he holds that leg up. It looks like his entire body is going to the plate, and he adjusts and goes to first. One of the best in baseball.
Okay, if you're a hitter, you're going to say, or a base runner, you're going to say he balked on a pitch. There's no doubt about it. He got to step to the bag, and no umpire calls that except one guy, Davidson. He calls all the balks.
What's great about Malone, when you watch him, his body appears like it's going to go to the plate. But instead, as he leans, he really, at the last minute, goes to first base. And that is the difference. He even has the same number as Andy Pettitte. So maybe he modeled that move after it.
It rubs off, huh?
And
you think that's a step toward first base?
It's not a great step, Ralph. It's probably a box step, but they do not call it on the left-handers.
They don't call it. That's the umpire's fault.
And we have certainly seen worse.
Yes,
absolutely. Step much less in the direction of first base. As Evans drives one deep to left center. Back goes Ankiel near the wall to grab it. Now Rick Ankiel's made every play in this series, and he makes another one 400 feet away to rob Evans of an extra base hit and keep it a scoreless game. Score. Mets playing their final game on this homestand before heading off to Atlanta, where they open a series tomorrow night. Get extended post-game coverage of today's Mets National Series finale with all the latest reactions, in-depth discussion, and exclusive interviews on Daily News Live, presented by Citi, part of the New York Sports Local, today at 5 on SNY. Wilson Ramos leads off in the 5th inning against Chris Schwinden. Ramos struck out his first time up, and all of a sudden, Met pitchers have found a way of getting Wilson Ramos out. He was 0 for 4 on Tuesday night. He's now hitting under 500 against the Mets this year. The pitcher Malone is on deck, and then Ian Desmond, each team with only 2 hits, and so these 2 rookie starters, Schwinden, who's made 1 prior start, and Malone, who's made 2, have been awfully good. David Wright with a great diving stop, but no chance to throw out Ramos. Well, David saved a double with the dive, got a lot of mud to show for it.
Well, it's almost like pitching against the defense. David was so far off the third base line. What did Schwinden counter with? A changeup, which is always going to be pulled. And fine play by David, but of course, no play.
Because of David's efforts, instead of Ramos being on second, he's on first. The 3rd hit against Schwinden, and so the pitcher Malone maybe will be bunting. Rounded out his first time up, and he does drop down the bunt. Nicely done. And Polino makes the play. 2-4 on the sacrifice, moving Ramos to second.
You know, guys, that dive by David reminded me of the dive to tag Carlos Lee. I mean, that was a pretty violent dive, wasn't it? Perfect form here. If you're at home and you're trying to teach your youngsters to bunt the baseball, perfect form by Tommy Malone.
And the unfortunate part, though, you pointed out, Ron, is the fact that there was a changeup, and they're going to pull that ball.
Yep.
And that's a lot of third basemen and first basemen like to know what the pitch is coming. and they will get signs from the shortstop or the second baseman to let them know.
Desmond lines one into right field for a base hit. Ramos goes to third. He'll have to stop there as Evans gets it into the cutoff man. So Desmond is 2 for 3. And the Nats have runners at first and third with 1 out.
You know, Ralph, you were talking about that. Had a shortstop that came to the Mets in the middle 80s and pitching one game. And all I could hear every once in a while was a whistle right before I'd let the ball go. And what he was doing, the shortstop, was that little whistle at the very last moment, letting the third baseman know that a breaking pitch was coming to take one step toward the line.
He would go in toward foul territory to get over there because you're going to pull the curveball because it's a slower pitch.
Now, is the whistle a generally accepted signal? Wouldn't the offensive player catch on to that at some point?
It's so late you can't do it, Gary. I mean, literally, it's before you just about to let the baseball go.
And you really don't get a step. You just get in motion going that direction.
Yeah. Well, it's like what Kevin was talking about with Rick Ankiel and how he was able to make that catch last night.
I don't believe Ankiel on that, though. He can't see from out there.
Here's the IOTV pitch differential. That ball was even more outside, but when you're going the other way, as Desmond did, nice hitting.
So here's Ankiel, first and third and 1 out. And the curveball from Schwinden away.
But outfielders, outfielders get a sign like a hand behind their back from the shortstop or second baseman, and that indicates whether it's going to be a fastball or a breaking pitch. And the center fielder really gets a much better jump than the right fielder or left fielder, because he can see where the pitch is going as far as on the plate. But does it go outside or does it go inside? And that gives him a chance to make a move in the right direction.
Ankiel a walk and a bloop single today. Trying to pick up Ramos from third with 1 out. Schwinden has struck out 3 today. In need of a strikeout or a double play ball. And Ankiel tops one. Pascucci is going to drop the ball, and then it's kicked by Ankiel out into right field. Ramos scores. Desmond to third. Well, Pascucci turned down the play at the plate, was going to make the tag on Ankiel, but the ball fell out of his glove.
Well, what happened is that his eyes came up and looked at Ankiel. He didn't look the ball into the glove, so it just hit the side of the glove as the snow cone then popped out. And the little soccer play there by Rick Ankiel. The runner on third, of course, is coming on the ball because it was not hit that hard. Runner first to second, of course, gets there easy and wants to kick. Both runners move up a base.
So it's an error all the way on Pascucci, give an RBI to Ankiel because the run was going to score anyway.
Now, you can't kick that ball on purpose. It's got to be accidental. If you kick it on purpose,
but he did.
Out. Yeah.
So now Zimmerman, the Mets have the infield back, down 1-0. Zimmerman's hit a couple of ground balls, 0 for 2.
That's got to be an error against the first baseman.
It's the error on the first baseman, but even more importantly, the flood of errors are just killing the Mets on this homestand.
And it's been a community effort. I mean, a lot of focus has been on David Wright because he's made the most errors during that span. But it's really been everybody.
And that should be a run batted in because the play was going to first.
Zimmerman deep to left center. Bay back deep in the gap, and he runs it down. Tagging at third is Desmond. He can walk on in. 2-0 Washington, but a nice running play by Bay to prevent a whole lot more. Sacrifice fly for Zimmerman.
Well, nice job by Jason. Has the glasses on. Runs to a spot in front of that 384 and looks it into the glove. Nice play.
So 2 runs home in the inning. Ankiel now at third with 2 out. And here is Michael Morris, who struck out and flied out. Now 2 for 14 in this series. Well, yesterday, Mike Pelfrey pitched a terrific game. Allowed 2 unearned runs in the 3rd inning, and that was enough to beat him. Now here's Schwinden in his 2nd big league start, pitching pretty well. But an error opens the door on a big inning, and the Nats have 2 runs home. Hit to short. Tejada slides over to get it. And a wide throw, and this time Pascucci makes a nice play to come off Snowcona to make the tag to end the inning. 2 runs for the Nats halfway through, 2-0 Washington.
Team defensively, and David Wright's been in that mold. You look at Wright, he's had 7 errors in the last 10 games coming into today. And talk to Wright, and when you talk to Chip Hale, the infield coach, about this team, and Chip said, the thing is about David is that mechanically I think he's actually been pretty sound. He said he's had some strange ones. He's had some errors on exchanges, which is very rare for him. He said, when I look at him as a whole, I actually think that his throwing this year has been better than last year. He said, the one last night, he got in front of it, looked down at the ball, did everything correctly, and took a bad hop, and he just missed it. David said, kind of feeling in between right now, not only at the plate but in the field. He said, I'm a little unsure maybe whether to go back on a ball or come in on a ball, and with that being unsure, then you're getting the short hops, and it's obviously been a problem. But David said, look, I can take as many ground balls as you want. It's not going to simulate what's going on in a game at this point, so it doesn't seem like the extra infield will help. Guys, I also asked Chip, because it's something you talked about a lot, about if he's still teaching that theory about being able to just backhand balls or use your glove, not necessarily in front of it. And Chip said, I'm still teaching that. I'd rather have guys use the equipment and do that than have to forcefully get in front of the ball if it doesn't feel natural to them. Guys?
Hearing David talk about being in between, I think you watch the play that he made in the last inning, and sometimes when you don't have time to think, those are the times you make your best play.
Well, the athlete in you takes over.
The worst thing you can do is think.
That's right.
I mean, that then brings in all the bad thoughts you've got going for you.
All the thinking really should be done as an infielder before the ball is hit.
That's right. And then you react to the ball, and that's the way you do it.
2-2 to Pascucci, and he pops one up. Marrero with the bigger glove makes the catch. One away. Here's your Delta Keep Climbing 5th inning recap. The 2 rookie pitchers, Chris Schwinden and Tom Malone, have done a nice job this afternoon, with 3 major league starts between them under their belt. Ronnie Polino, the batter. Polino was intentionally walked his first time up. And it would have appear that Chris Schwinden's afternoon is done because Josh Satin has come out on deck to be a pinch hitter. So Schwinden for the second straight start goes 5 innings. Much better effort this time.
Yeah, nice job today.
Gave up just 1 earned run in his 5 innings of work. And something to build on for his next start, which will be in St. Louis against a team trying to fight its way into the postseason.
Should get an extra day, though, right? Day off on Monday in St. Louis?
Right. DJ Carrasco up in the Mets bullpen. Yeah, you'd have to figure that he'll go Wednesday in the second game of that series in St. Louis. Meanwhile, Malone working on a shutout after lasting just this long, 4 1/3 against the Mets, his first time out. Malone out of USC. He was signed as a numbered 10th round draft pick. And you know, we talk a lot about the elite pitchers who come out of the first round. We've seen more and more guys recently drafted late who have developed late. Swing and a miss, and Polino is down on strikes. That's strikeout number 4 for Malone.
Well, scouting is really a difficult job. There's no question about that. And most of it is luck, and the Mets have had luck on 2 of their great pitchers. One was Tom Seaver, and the other was Jerry Kuzma. Tom Seaver was drafted by the Atlanta Braves and was drafted illegally by Johnny Moore, a great scout. And they put his name in a hat, and 3 teams picked Seaver out of the hat. Only 3. One was Cleveland, one was Philadelphia, and one was the Mets. And the Mets won that one. And then Jerry Kuzma was going to be released by Joe McDonald, the general manager of the Mets, but he owed them $100, and I said, let's keep him 1 more month, get the $100. And they did, and he got good between one day and the next, and that was it.
Satin rounds out. 5 in the books, 2-0 Nets. Access, player reactions, and a complete game breakdown with exclusive on-field interviews and Rex Ryan's post-game comments. Jets post-game live presented by Toyota Sunday immediately after the Jets-Jaguars game only on SNY. Sixth inning, Jason Worth will lead off against the new Met pitcher, DJ Carrasco.
This is Carrasco's second game of working from down under. He has let go of the overhand approach and now is a submariner.
Does it make him more Peter Moylan now?
That's
There are the numbers on Carrasco, not necessarily pretty numbers in his first year of a 2-year contract with the Mets. Spent 7 weeks in the minor leagues along the way. Worth is 0 for 2, and he takes the breaking ball just off the plate. 2-1. Danny Espinosa and Chris Marrera to follow. Ken Oberfell, Tim Tuffle. Obi, who managed in AAA for the Mets before Tuffle.
That's right.
Timmy was in Buffalo this year, hanging with the ball club through the weekend. In the air to center field, and Angel Pagan has it lined up. 1 away. Let's check in with the studio. Chris Carlin is back there wearing a tie. The New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. Here's Danny Espinosa. You know, looking at the numbers after Halladay threw his complete game 6th hitter yesterday, and Kershaw went 5 innings, got ejected from that game, but won. Those guys are really, really close in terms of leading the Cy Young race.
Which makes me feel that Halladay is going to suffer from pitching with 2 outstanding pitchers on his own staff. Cliff Lee with 6 shutouts. And maybe Hamels is not going to get as much look now, but you know, Kershaw is all by his lonesome there in Los Angeles.
Well, they also wonder how it will impact the last 2 weeks that Kershaw is pitching for nothing but the Cy Young, whereas Halladay is more in tune-up mode, and they might limit his innings.
Well, they're definitely going to limit his innings.
Because, you know, if he goes 5 or 6 innings in his last couple of starts, that lessens his chances of being a winning pitcher.
As opposed to throwing 2 more shutouts on top of that.
Right. Kershaw 19-5, 2.30. Halladay 18-5, 2.34.
Kershaw has the advantage on punchouts, doesn't he?
Yes. I think he leads the league.
And where does where you finish in the race have anything to do with it?
I don't know. That's a good question, Rob, because often, you know, pitchers from non-contending teams win Cy Young.
Felix Hernandez last year.
Bounce foul. And that's been a topic for conversation on certain occasions. You know, you have a pitcher who's pitching in a pennant race, maybe pitching under a little more pressure. Should that get consideration versus a guy who's pitching in meaningless games in September?
Well, I think it should.
Think about Halladay's recent start. He throws and wins a 1-0 game after the Phillies have lost 3 straight.
Inside, and Espinosa's hit by a pitch. The league leading 18th time that Espinosa's been hit this year. Matching the number on his back.
Well, he's got that elbow guard. Doesn't have to get out of the way. He just throws the guard or leaves the guard right there and takes it up. I mean, you know, if they don't stop it.
I tell you, that should not be allowed.
Yeah.
And Bonds, of course, wore a guard all the time, and he would just go ahead and get hit.
There he is.
And it doesn't hurt.
There's the Cy Young candidates.
I think the helmet's all right. You got to go with that, but not. I don't see how you can wear a guard on your elbow, because you can just stick that elbow out there and it won't hurt you, and you get hit. It keeps the pitcher from throwing inside.
Here's Chris Marrero, who twice has hit the ball well to right field, both times caught by Nick Evans. Took him back to the edge of the warning track his last time up. Double play ball. Tejada takes it himself, and then the leap and the bounce for the double play. Athletic move by Tejada, not necessarily an elegant throw. Marvelous in its simplicity. this afternoon. We asked who holds the Mets single season record for multi-hit games. I would think Lance Johnson.
Very good.
Because he had the most hits in a season by a Met. 227 hits in 1996. Second on that list is Jose Reyes, who in 2008 had 64 multiple hit games. He's not going to quite get to that total this year, although he might have if he hadn't gotten hurt.
What did Lance Romance have that year? 21 triples?
21 triples, 227 hits. It's the same year that Todd Hundley hit 41 home runs, which at the time was a record for a catcher. It's the same year that Bernard Gilkey hit 44 doubles, which is a Mets club record.
Is the pitching a problem that year?
Not very good.
You know, one of the things, going back to the old days of baseball, the triple was more a thing than a home run.
Ankiel gets back to catch Tejada's drive for the first out. There are the Met leaders in multiple hit games. Reyes on that list twice. Reyes with 53 this year. Was leading the league before he got hurt by a large margin. Not anymore.
Interesting to me that Keith is not on that list. Does that surprise you? Maybe it takes guys that are fast. So, you know, Mookie's on there, Reyes is on there, Johnson's on there.
Keith threw a lot of
Well,
walks.
Yeah, he did. You're right.
Yeah, but you get an extra base with the triple over a double. So we get the extra base hit. And of course, triples are unusual in baseball now.
Turner lifts one out to left center, and Ankiel with both putouts in the inning. So Tom Malone rolling right along. He's now retired 6 in a row. Has not a lot of base runners since being given the lead. And now David Wright will bat with 2 out.
You know what Malone has in spades? Major league pitching presence, doesn't he? I mean, he just stands on that mound. You know, he's very cool, throws strikes, doesn't overexert himself.
Only his 3rd major league start, and by far his best so far.
He reminds you of Glavine.
Yes, he does. Interesting thing, he throws across his body like Glavine's got an outstanding changeup, pitches from the other side of the rubber, which is very unusual for a person whose changeup is his best pitch.
Glavine was on the extreme third base side of the rubber. It looks like Malone comes inside a little more than Tommy.
Yeah, he does. Well, he has a little cutter that I know that Tommy was trying to work on later in his career. I mean, that's as far as you can go.
And Wright muscles a ball into left field for a base hit. David, who had been hitless in his last 9 at bats, has a 2-out single, just the 3rd Met hit of the game.
And he certainly did muscle that ball. He hit the ball off a trademark of the bat and softened the blow and drops in front of the outfielder.
So Jason Bay will bat. Bay has been easy work for Malone so far today. 2 at bats, 2 strikeouts, but Malone is getting a visit from Davy Johnson. Has he reached some kind of pitch count? He's only at 73 pitches for the game, and he's about to face a guy he's struck out twice.
Well, Davey came into this game with a record going for him as a manager of the Washington team, 30-39.
Well, this is a little strange, but Malone is coming out of the game. So clearly that they had some pitch count in mind for him, and he's reached it. This call to the bullpen brought to you by Lincoln. Colin Ballister in. We'll be right back. Colin Ballister in to pitch to Jason Bay, and the first pitch breaking ball in for a strike.
Well, since shifting to the bullpen, he had started his career in Washington as a starter. He's been much better. ERA just a smidge over 3 as he has taken to being a reliever.
And he's ahead on Bay 0-2. Jason struck out his first 2 at bats.
And Bay had a great fastball to hit there right in his power alley, and he did not make good contact.
Tom Malone, 5 2/3 scoreless innings in his 3rd big league start, in line for his first major league win. His teammate Brad Peacock got his first last night. Wright takes off. Bay drives it deep to left. Back goes Morris near the wall, and it's off the top of the fence. Wright, who was running on the pitch, heading home. Bay is safe at second, and Wright crosses the plate after Bay arrived. The Mets get a run on the double by Bay, and it's 2-1. And he just missed a 2-run homer.
And then he got a slider right here to hit as hard as he wanted to hit it, and just does miss a home run.
Right on the orange line. And if Wright had not been running, he wouldn't have scored. And if Bay's out at second, the run wouldn't have counted, because Wright was not even close to crossing home plate when that ball arrived.
Well, just a miss there by Espinosa. I think Bay might have beat it anyway, but a slap tag, you might have got the call.
So it's an RBI double for Bay. That run is charged to Malone, and now the tying run at second.
It's just a shame. You take out a pitcher who's pitching so well, you bring in a reliever, and our IOTV pitch differential not even close. A hanging hook. He's lucky it stayed in the yard.
So Malone's book is closed. 5 2/3, 1 run, 3 hits, but now has to sit around on tenterhooks to see if his bullpen can get him a win. Pagan has reached base twice on a walk and a single. Malone picked him off in the 4th inning. And you were saying it during the break, Ronnie, before Ballister even threw a pitch. The other piece about bringing Ballister in here is that you had Malone with that great pickoff move.
He can't control the running game. He's just concentrating on the hitter. Has really no move to first base. Didn't control it. Wright took off, cost him a run.
2-1 to Pagan. Daniel Herrera gets up in the Mets bullpen. Tying run Bay at second with 2 out. And the breaking ball inside. 3-1 to Pagan with Nick Evans on deck. Ball 4. So Ballister's faced 2 batters, giving up a double and a walk. And now the Mets have the tying and go ahead run on base for Nick Evans.
Well, come on, Steve. Are you coming out or not? What do you think? Should I stay or should I go? Well, I'm not sure. What do you think, Davey? Should I go talk to him?
Atahualpa Severino is up in the Washington bullpen.
Yeah, go talk to him.
Little pitching coaches interrupt us.
Just gave up almost a bomb and a walk.
So McCanny will head out to talk to the surfer dude from Huntington Beach, Colin Ballister. Ballister's dad owned a surfboard shop in Huntington Beach.
That makes you very popular in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, that's how into the culture he was.
You know, it's interesting to watch different pitchers, how they apply their craft. You had Malone out there, cool as a cucumber, executing his pitches, really had an idea of what he wanted to do whenever he pitched. Then you bring in the reliever, Ballister, who's more agitated, more excited, comes in and is trying to blow the hitters away, but does not have a control of the strike zone. Just 2 opposite ways of approaching hitters.
Well, here's Nick Evans, who hit one to the fence in center field his last time up. That Ankiel ran down. Evans has a hit in his only career at bat against Ballister. 2 out and 2 on. Mets looking for that elusive hit with a runner in scoring position. And the breaking ball strike from Ballister.
Good curveball right there. Good location.
Check swing foul, 0-2. Mets are 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position today after going 1 for 11 last night. Well, Ballister was up in the count 0-2 on Bay, hung a slider. See what he does here against Evans on 0-2. Gets it down 1-2. Valentino Pascucci.
There you go.
He asked today, by the way, that we refer to him as Valentino, which is a lovely name.
I've stood next to him. Whatever he says goes.
Rudolph Valentino.
He is one big dude, whatever you call him. Nick Evans just stays alive.
Well, Valentino doesn't say much, but he says more than Rudolph Valentino. Absolutely.
Silent movies.
Rudolph Valentino would have said plenty if they'd given him a microphone. You know, a lot of those silent movie stars lost their jobs when the talkies came in. They didn't have very nice voices. Breaking ball, strike 3 called. Nick Evans down looking to end the inning. But the Mets get a run back. Jason Bay hits one off the top of the wall, makes it 2-1 after 6. Nationals bullpen probably getting a day off today after 3 saves in 3 days in this series. Wilson Ramos leads off in the 7th against DJ Carrasco and hits one well to right, but Evans has plenty of room. 1 pitch and 1 out for Carrasco in the 7th. And Steve Lombardozzi will come up as a pinch hitter. So Lombardozzi will bat for Ballister. Let's check in with Kevin.
You know, guys, I talked about Drew Stewart and what a series he's had. Well, before yesterday, before he came in to try and close out that game, he went down to the World Trade Center, wanted to go to the memorial, and didn't realize he had to sign up online. It's about a month back up to see it. But what he did end up seeing is the museum that is there. And I haven't been over there yet, but he said, you know, the reason why I did it is because I wanted to be connected. I wanted to feel a connection. You know, obviously everyone watched it, and you know, I watched it back on TV in Indiana when I was in school, and it's an awful thing, but you know, you still are watching it from afar, and I wanted to feel that connection. So I went down there, and So let me tell you, you want to talk about powerful. You walk in and there are flyers that are posted, the flyers that people posted for their missing family members and different, parts of that day. So there was a firefighter's outfit that was partially burned. He said, then you go to the back and there are just pictures that are sent in, that family members all sent in the museum to be hung up. And he said, I went back there and just started to well up. How could you not? And he said, I got to be honest with you, I felt like a New Yorker as he was a base hit by Lombardozzi. So the Nationals, with one out, have a man on first. And he said, it was just, he said, that's why I went. I wanted to feel it. I wanted to, just kind of make that connection. And I'll tell you, I did. Glad I went. Guys?
And everybody should. So Lombardozzi picks up his second big league hit. His first was a game winner here the other night. Now he and Desmond the batter. Desmond 2 for 3 today. The Nats now have 5 hits. Good start for Chris Schwinden in his second big league outing. 5 innings. Gave up 2 runs. 1 of them earned on 4 hits, 2 walks, 3 strikeouts, and certainly looked like the pitcher who was so successful for Buffalo this summer rather than what we saw last week.
Yeah, he was totally in charge. Threw some really good curveballs. I thought much better changeup than he had in his first start, and moved that fastball in and out. Nice outing.
Carrasco working his second inning of relief. And that pitch misses to Desmond, a ball and a strike.
Don't be surprised here if Davey puts on a hit and run, trying to push the envelope here with Lombardozzi. Some good speed at first base, and Desmond the hitter.
Carrasco keeping a close watch on Lombardozzi. Desmond with 5 hits in this 4-game series. And the slow curveball. 2 balls and a strike.
That was a big pitch there. Now you get it to 2-1. You can do a lot of things, whether it's hit and run, steal a base, Igarashi up in the bullpen.
Carrasco got a double play ball in the last inning. Misses with another curve, 3-1. By the way, our thanks to Ralph Kiner, who had to duck out.
Yeah.
Ralph will be back with us on closing day 2 weeks from yesterday.
We'll do a 4-man booth.
Well, you'll get your big chair.
My high chair.
Ronnie, you come out here with me. There's plenty of room.
Okay.
Got some
Runner
tables.
goes, and there's the hit and run play Ronnie called for. Lombardozzi heads to third, and the Nats in business, first and third and 1 out. Ronnie spent a lot of time working with Davy Johnson's brain. And the Mets switched up by having the pull side infielder cover.
Well, they've seen Desmond go to right field as recently as his last at bat. But when you have a sinker ball and he has to throw a strike on a 3-1 count, that kind of turns it around a little bit because you're going to able to pull that ball. Nice hitting by Desmond. Good call, Davey. 595 wins, 417 losses as Met manager.
DJ Carrasco will take his exit after giving up back-to-back hits, and Daniel Herrera will come in to face Rick Ankiel. 2-1 Nats in the 7th. We'll be right back. plus fan discussions, player profiles, and exclusive video on Jets blog presented by Aflac, featured on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. Daniel Herrera brought in for the third time in this series.
Both time in the series to face Rick Ankiel. He's not going to get that shot here as Davey counters with Johnny Gomes.
Herrera has looked terrific since joining the Mets. Carrasco goes an inning and a third, gives up 2 hits and hits a batter. So Gomes still looking for his first successful pinch hit of the year, batting for Ankiel. Gomes has gone 0 for 26 as a pinch hitter this year, combined between Cincinnati and Washington. And Herrera coming in looking for the ground ball. First and third and 1 out. Lombardozzi at third, Desmond at first. They both run well. Daniel Herrera from Odessa, Texas. And a balk. A balk is called on Herrera, and that'll bring home a run. So Lombardozzi trots in to score on the balk by Herrera, and it's 3-1 Washington.
Well, no argument from Terry Collins. Wait a minute. Now he's coming out.
Well, you're not supposed to argue a balk, same as you're not supposed to argue balls and strikes. Here's the replay. I don't know. First base umpire Jerry Meals giving Terry the explanation, and I don't think Terry appreciated it. Oh, it's because his hand got caught on his shirt.
It did.
That's exactly what happened. His hand got caught on his shirt.
He's got a very loose shirt. He went to go to the glove, and he couldn't get it past the little pouch in front. Wow.
I don't think I've seen that before. I've seen hitters get hit in the shirt by a pitch. I've never seen a pitcher's shirt impede his progress into his glove.
Nope.
2-0 now to Gomes.
There's a reorder happening right now down in the clubhouse.
Get that man a smaller shirt.
That's right.
Well, I'm not sure if they make his size. Now he's behind 2-0 on Gomes. Takes it low and inside, ball 3. Interesting move for Davey to have Gomes bat for Ankiel strategically, because it so much weakens your outfield defense.
Yeah, in this close game also, but I guess taking a shot at trying to bust this game open.
Swing and a miss at the changeup by Herrera.
And Gary, sometimes the history within a series will make a manager change, because Herrera has been able to retire Ankiel both times.
Gomes was swinging 3-0. Takes 3-1, and it's ball 4. So Gomes is on with a walk. Now 2 on with 1 out. Ryan Zimmerman coming up and Terry Collins coming out. So Herrera faces 1 batter. He'll exit, and Ryota Igarashi will come in to face Ryan Zimmerman. A run is in for the Nats in the 7th. They lead 3-1. We'll be right back. against the Braves. 7:35 first pitch. Our coverage begins at 7 o'clock tomorrow on SNY. And there are the pitchers for the series, brought to you by Citi. Chris Capuano and Derek Lowe tomorrow night. R.A. Dickey and Tim Hudson in the nationally televised game Saturday. Dylan G. and Brandon Beachy go in the series finale on Sunday. Right now, Ryota Igarashi, the third pitcher of the inning for New York.
Igarashi's had 4 days of rest. Hasn't pitched, of course, since Sunday, 9/11, when the Mets used 9 pitchers in that ball game.
Comes in to face Ryan Zimmerman, who is 0 for 2. A long sacrifice fly his last time up. Drove in a run. Nice play by Jason Bay to prevent an extra base hit. Desmond at second. Gomes at first with 1 out. Is it a rule in Virginia if you're a third baseman for day games you have to hike up your pants?
Maybe it is. That's right.
I mean, David always does that. Hikes up the pants for the day games, and now Zimmerman's doing it too. Beato up in the Mets bullpen. I don't recall seeing him do it before. But those are very red socks he's wearing.
That's right.
Of course, Zimmerman plied his trade at the University of Virginia. Mr. Jefferson's University.
That's right.
Chases a splitter from Igarashi, and it's 2-1. Henry Rodriguez up in the Nationals bullpen.
Rodriguez came to Washington in the trade for Willingham.
No relation to the former Expos outfielder of the same name, who, if you'll remember, had a brief run of success with the Expos, and every time he hit a home run, the Expo fans threw Henry bars on the field. It's a strike 2 and 2. I don't know if they've done that yet with this Henry Rodriguez.
Left-handed hitter, right? High ball hitter.
You pitchers always remember.
Yes, exactly.
2-2 to Zimmerman. And he fouls off the fastball. Well, we didn't note it last night, but the Pittsburgh Pirates lost to the Cardinals yesterday 3-2, and in so doing clinched the 19th consecutive losing season for the Buccos.
Wow.
Most of any professional sports team in North American history. And it was a season that began so well for them.
So far ago that the MVP in the American League was Dennis Eckersley when he played with Oakland, and Barry Bonds won the MVP that year in a Pittsburgh Pirate uniform.
It was the year that Miguel Batista made his major league debut for the Pirates.
Wow.
It was the year, as the runners go and Zimmerman draws a walk to fill the bases, it was the year that a Sid Bream slide ended their year. The slowest man in baseball scored the most important run of the year.
And right before the base hit, Andy Van Slyke, who was playing center field, told Barry Bonds, move in about 2 or 3 steps. Barry waved them off.
Was it a wave?
Probably more than a wave.
Probably so.
They were like chalk and cheese, those two.
Now Michael Morris bats with the bases loaded. He's 0 for 3 on the day, and Igarashi struggling to throw strikes. Mets have done a good job with Morse so far in this series, feeding him fastballs. He's gone 2 for 15 in the 4 games. Desmond now at third, Gomes at second, and Zimmerman at first with 1 out. There's the high fastball that Morse just hasn't seemed to be able to connect with in this series.
Swing looks a little big in this series. It's almost like, to me, that he's had a great year. Let's see if I can put a couple more dingers on the board. That'll happen sometimes.
Splitter. 1-2 to Morris.
The best swing he had in this series is the ball he hit to right center of Pelfrey in yesterday's ball game. That's the Morse that we've seen most of the season.
One, two from Igarashi, and it's too high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Do we have a little more rain coming down? Just a tad. A couple of umbrellas starting to pop open. 2-2. Little tapper foul. Is Igarashi getting a little more bite on that splitter today?
Yeah, he is. The only problem with going with the splitter with Morse right now with his bat, you talked about the fastballs have been able to throw by him, is if you keep that split finger in the middle of the plate, that is going to be right in his wheelhouse. I mean, anyone's wheelhouse, but right now the way he's swinging.
It's kind of like throwing a slider to a guy in that same situation. You speed up his bat.
That's right.
Now the 2-2. Misses away, and a full count to Morris with the bases loaded. And so it has gone for Igarashi. Nothing has been easy.
Well, now advantage Morse, because he's thinking he's got to throw me a fastball here. He just walked the hitter. He's got to come right after me. Turn it up a notch.
Bases loaded, 1 out. 3-2 to Morris. Fouled at the plate.
He did it. I don't know if that's a split finger or a little cutter or something from Igarashi.
A little different wrinkle.
Yeah.
Igarashi normally featuring fastball, splitter, and curveball. Hasn't thrown a curve. Again, the 3-2, and Morris swings through the fastball. So there it is. Second out of the inning, and again the fastball proves to be effective against Michael Morris.
And up is the key. Good fastball from Igarashi, right by him.
So 2 out, bases still loaded for Worth, who was 0 for 3, struck out, popped up, flied out. Nats have a run home here in the 7th on the balk by Herrera. The shirt-induced balk. Here's a strike. We put that on the uniform manufacturers.
You know, it's just another. I mean, it's not counted in error, but certainly, you know, another miscue, right?
And Igarashi quickly ahead on Worth 0-2 with a couple of fastballs. Jason Pridey doing some stretching. And time asked for by Worth, who looks like he got something in his eye. One and two now to Jason Worth with the bases loaded and 2 out. And it's low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Igarashi trying to rediscover Rocket Boy.
Yeah.
The amazing schoolboy pitcher back in Japan. 2-2. Bouncing ball. Tejada comes in. And the side retired. So Igarashi winds up getting the job done. The Nats get a run on a balk. 7th inning stretch time. Washington 3, the Mets 1. Down 3-1. Changes for the Nationals. Jason Worth moves from right field to center field. Johnny Gomes, who pinch hits, stays in the game in right. And hard-throwing Henry Rodriguez comes on to pitch for the Nats.
You know, he's only allowed a home run this season, but even more importantly, see his strikeouts and innings pitched. The one negative about Henry this season, those 42 walks.
He's been able to avoid those walks for the most part against the Mets. Willie Harris will bat for Valentino Pascucci, leading off in the home 7th inning. Harris walked as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning against Drew Storen last night, and Willie's been swinging the bat very well of late. And stepping in against Henry Rodriguez, and a fastball misses for ball 1. It'll be Harris, then Ronnie Paulino in the pitcher's spot, due up for the Mets in the bottom of the 7th. Mets have been held to a run on 4 hits. Last night, no runs, 4 hits. The night before, 2 runs, 11 hits. The first game of the series, 2 runs, 3 hits. You get the pattern. Mets have scored 5 runs in the 4 games in this series. A ball and a strike to Harris. So a few weeks ago, who would you have laid your odds on to be the first team in the major leagues to clinch their division? Would it have been the Detroit Tigers, who have a chance tonight to clinch the American League Central?
Right.
The Tigers have won 12 straight games to blow away the rest of that division, as Harris hits one well out to left field, chasing Morse back to the track, back near the wall to make the catch. Nice running play by Morse to take an extra base hit away from Harris.
Well, this is the ball that Tejada hit that eluded him earlier in the game in the first inning, but makes a beautiful snow cone kind of catch there against the wall. Nice play.
Davey Johnson does not exactly have his best defensive outfield out there to protect a 2-run lead late, with Morris in left, Worth in center, and Gomes in right. But Morris making a nice play.
No, I would not have, as far as the Tigers are concerned. In fact, I wouldn't have had the Tigers after May, taking them in that AL Central, as Cleveland got off to that tremendous start.
Well, the Tigers have had a lot of contributors, but it's been a long time, maybe back to Tom Seaver with the 69 Mets, where one starting pitcher has had such an impact on a team. I mean, Verlander at 23-5 has just had an extraordinary year in leading the Tigers to what will be an American League Central title. Their magic number is 2 going into tonight. Their winning streak, 12 in a row, is their longest since 1934. Wow. Those were the Tigers of Hank Greenberg and Charlie Gehringer that played the Cardinals in the World Series that year.
I don't know if you've noticed the numbers of late of Victor Martinez as he's caught fire. Their closer Valverde, only perfect this season.
2-2 off the plate last night or yesterday afternoon. 2 home runs in the 9th to tie the game, and Carlos Guillen the game-winning hit in the 10th to beat the White Sox. Now the 3-2. It's bounced foul, and the way it's shaping up now, if the Tigers keep going the way they're going, they're going to be the number 2 seed in the American League. They've got a better record than Texas right now by 2 games, which means that Detroit will draw the wild card team in the American League.
Boston right now.
Boston,
and the Yankees
Tampa,
will play Texas.
Right.
Well, they lost to last year in the ALCS.
And that just missed ball 4, and Polino's on with a 1-out walk. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Bob's Discount Furniture, proud to be the furniture store of the New York Mets. And by Capital One Bank's no closing fee refinance. What's in your wallet? So Henry Rodriguez, who walks a lot of folks, walked Ronnie Polino on a couple of borderline pitches. And now the Mets will get Lucas Duda to the plate as a pinch hitter as the tying run here in the bottom of the 7th.
I wonder if a pitcher like Rodriguez would get talked to after the game. You have a 2-run lead. You throw 2,000 miles an hour, and you throw a 3-2 curveball. I don't know how that makes any sense, and how any catcher who's catching the ball game could allow that to happen. At some point, you have to party with the fastball and take a chance that it's going to be hit a fly ball here in this big ballpark.
Duda's had a good record as a pinch hitter. Has almost just missed that ball, and Polino goes down to second base.
Well, this ball could have been a strike if he caught it properly off the end of the glove.
And we saw Flores mess one up last night that got scored a wild pitch. Now Ramos just misses it for a pass ball. So a runner in scoring position, that takes away the double play possibility. Duda as a pinch hitter this year, 6 for 17 with a home run. It's .353, which is awfully good for a young player. You don't think of, you know, rookies and second-year players as being particularly good pinch hitters. Ruben Tejada on deck, although remember Daniel Murphy quickly established himself as an outstanding pinch hitter when he first came up. 3-0 now to Duda. So Rodriguez digging himself a hole with his inability to throw strikes. The Mets haven't seen this before from Rodriguez. He's been so dominant when they faced him. Three and one to Duda.
98 miles an hour, and he threw a 3-2 hook to Paulino. I just don't understand it.
Todd Coffey preparing for his sprint. (3-1) and Duda takes high, ball 4, so back-to-back walks issued by Rodriguez, and the Mets have the tying runs aboard.
You know, Gary, you were talking about the Tigers. Do we forget? I mean, when the Mets were in there, was there anyone except Cabrera that you were impressed with the Tigers? I mean, Verlander pitched that game, but the Mets had a nice game against him. That wasn't one of his sharper games. But there was no one else on the field that I was impressed with other than Miguel Cabrera.
Steve McCaddy wearing out a path to the mound. We'll go out to talk to Rodriguez. I'm trying to think, who was the kid who hit a couple of home runs in that series? Was it Dirks?
Dirks, yeah, left-handed hitter. Andy Dirks.
Andy Dirks.
And then, and that was when the Mets were probably operating offensively the best they have all season long.
Well, there's no question they had a tremendous series there. Alex Avila has had a great year for them as a young catcher, an all-star this year. And you mentioned Victor Martinez has really picked it up lately. And they've gotten more out of Maglio Ordonez than I think they expected. Remember, he wasn't hitting at all when we saw them.
And Santiago's playing a lot for them. He even won a ball game about 3 weeks ago with a walk-off home run.
But still, the pitching behind Verlander is going to be the biggest question for them going into the postseason.
So the acquisition of Pfister might have been the best acquisition of all before the trading deadline.
And I wonder, will Pfister move ahead of Scherzer as their number 2 starter? So now 2 aboard, and here's Tejada, who's 1 for 3 on the day, a long double back in the first, and he hits this one in the air to center field, and Worth is right there. So Tejada continues to hit the ball in the air. That's 3 times today with 1 good result. Mets are now 1 for their last 22 with runners in scoring position. So it's left to Justin Turner with 2 out and 2 on.
Well, it's too bad Ralph left because this one would be easy to talk about. See how he has the uppercut, but not only that, that back shoulder kind of drops underneath the baseball. That head comes straight up. Nothing that ball can do except be in the air.
Which is fine if, you know, you're 6'3", 220 and have the power to hit the ball out to center field, which Tejada does not. That ball gets behind Ramos, and the runners move to second and third. Well, Wilson Ramos having a double at a time, catching Henry Rodriguez here in the 7th inning.
Well, first pitch curveball, no movement of the feet or the legs, no lateral movement by Ramos, and that's, you don't like to see that.
They'll give him a break and score that a wild pitch, but you certainly could have scored that a pass ball as well. So now a base hit could tie the game. 2 walks, a pass ball, and a wild pitch in the inning. Turner, the Mets' best hitter with runners in scoring position, 368 on the year, and he takes it low and away, 2-0. Turner doesn't have enough plate appearances to qualify for the league leaders right now, but if he did, he'd be 2nd in the National League behind Joey Votto in terms of batting average with runners in scoring position. 2 balls and a strike to Justin. Oh for 2 today. He's drawn a walk. A knee-high strike from Rodriguez at 98 miles an hour, and it's 2-2. Well, Justin Turner, a guy who will take it the other way, and that's certainly reflected in his directional hit totals.
Hard to massage or move that ball to right field, though, when a guy's throwing 98 miles an hour.
Just swing late. That's 3-2 now to Justin.
Good chance of that happening, right?
Well, Rodriguez has already walked 2 in the inning. David Wright waiting on deck. Weather has cooled down significantly since the game began, as the weatherman said it would. 3-2 from Rodriguez, and a late swing foul at 100 miles an hour. That, my friends, was a Cholula flamethrower.
By definition.
He's not wearing his iconic wooden cap.
Hard to pitch him that.
3-2. I've seen people wear wooden shoes.
There you go.
But never wooden caps.
Sabot.
C'est bon. Not much speed out there with Polino at third and Duda at second, but with 2 out, they can both go on the crack of the bat, and the outfield playing deep enough that they should be able to score on a Turner hit. Again, the 3-2, and that misses ball 4. Now the bases are loaded for David Wright. So Henry Rodriguez has walked 3 in the inning, and Davey Johnson has seen enough. He'll opt for another arm to go after David Wright. And Todd Coffey ready to sprint his way into this game. So Rodriguez will take his exit. Mets threatening in the bottom of the 7th. The Nationals leading at 3-1 as Coffey gets set for his run. We'll be right back.
For this team. He's been the guy that's bailed out a lot of their relievers that have left a lot of mess on the bases. And Coffey has faced Bay in this series. He's faced Wright in this series. He struck them both out with excellent sliders.
By the way, there's no run on hot dogs. It's raining again, and that's why the folks are heading toward cover. We had a 40-minute rain delay back in the second inning. Now we have an official game, and so this is a huge at bat for Wright if it is going to rain. Bases loaded, 2 out. Mets down 3-1 in the 7th. Facing Coffey, who struck him out on Tuesday night. And a first pitch slider fouled off. 0-1. David singled to left and scored the Mets' only run in the 6th inning. Just his second hit in 13 at bats in this series. Bases loaded on 3 walks by Henry Rodriguez. And Coffey trying to bail him out. David takes the fastball, a ball and a strike. Coffey came in Monday night, struck out Jason Bay, the only man to face him. Came in Tuesday night, struck out Wright, the only man to face him. He's been deadly against right-hand hitters all year. Bay on deck. Mets have just 4 hits today. And David bounces one slowly down to Chip Hale. 1-2. Chip finds a friend. There you go. Nicely done.
You're not going to be able to catch it unless you lift that lid up a little.
He was able to see Dad handle the ball.
That's right.
Staying dry. Best he can.
Yeah.
So now Coffey has Wright in a 1-2 hole. In the air to left field. Morris is back and has room. Side retired. Now Wright gets under one. A little frustrated, but a tough homestand for David and the Mets, who trail at 3-1 after 7 at Citi Field. hesitated before putting the tarp on the field in the second inning, so it took the grounds crew a while to fix things when they finally came back. Now trying to decide what to do now with the rain falling again. Nick Evans moves from right field to first base. Willie Harris, who pinch hit, stays in the game in right. And Pedro Beato will pitch the top of the 8th inning.
Well, Pedro, who got an out 2 days ago against the Washington Nationals, see his numbers on the year. Your computer says what? A little pop-up shower, a little more than that?
No, just looking at the radar and looking at the forecast, looks like it's going to rain for 45 minutes, something like that. Maybe less. But it's, it's a matter of the intensity, and you don't want that infield to become unplayable the way it did the last time before they rolled the tarp out. So that's in the judgment of Dale Scott right now, trying to get the last 2 innings of this game in. Certainly the Mets want to play because, well, they're behind and it's an official game. Espinosa today has lined out to right, walked and been hit by a pitch, 0 for 1. Mets have now used 5 pitchers on the afternoon. Chris Schwinden started, went 5 innings, gave up just 1 earned run, but his pitcher of record on the short side. Tyler Clippard, who has been just fantastic this year, up in the Nationals bullpen. 0-2 to Espinosa, and he fouls it off.
Do you think umpire factors in if 2 teams are going for the division or the wild card? His decision would be different than if you have 2 teams who are going nowhere as far as the rain is concerned? Well,
I certainly think that if you have a game that is of import to the standings, which this game isn't, other than for 3rd place as Espinosa hits one up the middle for a base hit, I think it becomes even more important to play the full 9 innings, which is now gospel in the postseason. After the debacle with the Phillies and the Rays a few years ago in the final game of the World Series, it was basically decided that from now on every postseason game will be played to its conclusion, which, by the way, in history everyone has. It's just that it was never codified, and now it is. That if you have rain in a postseason game, it's going to be suspended.
That was a good move.
So the question is, how does that extend to games of import in September?
Well, I think you just have to use your common sense if you're an umpiring crew and just know the importance of a game, and that 9 innings has to be played if you can.
But I really think that they try to do that anyway.
Yeah.
Like today's a perfect example. They could stop the game and call it, and who's going to be all that upset? I mean, the Mets obviously would like to have a chance to come back in this game.
Schwinden might.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, it's a quote-unquote meaningless game.
Yeah.
But they're going to still treat the game with respect and try and play 9 innings if it's possible. And so we play on. 2-0 to Marrero, and it's lined to short. One hopper knocked down by Tejada, gets the out at second, but no chance for a double play. So Tejada kept his wits about him after the bobble.
Well, that ball was a bullet, and remember, we've had some rain. It's a little sloppy out there. Ball might not have come up as much as it would have before the rain. So just get an out. Nice play.
So 1 out and 1 on.
And speaking to that, Gary, there were games or seasons I played where it's the end of the year and a little rain comes in the 6th inning, bang it, done.
Right. Well, I think that has changed a lot. I think, it was a much easier decision 20, 30 years ago to call games off entirely and, have a doubleheader, or to rain shorten a game. But I think that and I think in a positive way that, baseball has really tried to stick to the integrity of the 162 game schedule, make sure that every team plays every game. And sometimes that's created situations like they had at Yankee Stadium last week, as this one's hit well out to right center field, and Pagan can't get to it. It lands on the warning track. Marrero heads to 3rd. He'll be stopped there. It's a double for Wilson Ramos. So Ramos back to where he left off last week against the Mets. His 2nd hit of the day, as Pagan could not track that down.
Well, this became more of, do you have it? Because I don't know. Do you have it? I'm not sure. Well, That is a tough way to play. Now, I'm not out there. I don't know how difficult the rain made that play, but it sure doesn't look very good what happened there with that ball dropping in.
But again, we've talked about this with Pagan. He has got to take charge in those situations. He's got to go after that ball.
The right fielder should be almost invisible to him.
Yep. Lance Nix will be the pinch hitter with runners at second and third. Let's see if the Mets walk him intentionally with first base open, and they shall. And they'll bring up Ian Desmond with the bases loaded. Anyway, the downside of trying to get every game played is sometimes you have to start a game at 11 o'clock at night, which happened last week. And, you know, nobody likes that. But, you know, it is done in terms of trying to preserve the integrity of the schedule.
Well, I think part of it also is that there was a time, Gary, at the beginning of my career when a lot of the games were not televised. So there was less that you had to worry about.
Let's check in with the studio. Chris Carlin standing by with the New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. The story on Morrison is that he is saying that he was not demoted because of performance. He was demoted for things that had nothing to do with performance, and that violates the basic agreement between the owners and players. Now, whether we're getting any satisfaction, I don't know.
That's a difficult road to go down. You know, your agent or the Players Association, whoever talked about that and got their heads together. It's an interesting place to go. But where does it put you with your team as you try to approach next season?
Alex Cora running at first base for Nix, who's been out with a groin injury. So now the bases are loaded with one out, and Desmond being as quick as he is, the Mets are not going to play for the double play. They'll bring the infield in. Desmond's 3 for 4 today, and he hits the first one slowly but foul. Down to Bo Porter. Fan. Maybe they'll give him another chance. Here's your Mazda high-speed pitch for the relievers. Oh, that's not fair to Pedro. Rodriguez stopping out at 100 miles an hour. Beato at 91. Desmond grounds one through the drawn-in infield, and that will bring home a run. Marrero scores, and it's 4-1 Washington. Well, there's a case where the Mets paid deference to Desmond's speed, brought the infield in. If they're back, maybe they might have had a chance for a double play.
What a game Desmond is having.
4th hit of the game for Ian Desmond.
I don't know. This ball was hit awful hard. Let's see if it thinks you're going to find a hole. No, I think Tejada would have definitely got over there to get at least a force out.
Yeah, who knows if he would have gotten 2, but it was hit hard enough that maybe they might have been able to double him up. In any event, a run is in. It's 4-1. Base is still loaded for Johnny Gomes, his second plate appearance. Drew a walk his first time up. And this time the Mets will play the infield back for 2 because Gomes doesn't run nearly as well as Desmond. And the breaking ball from Beato misses for ball 1. The rain has let up considerably. Still some coming down. And now Beato behind 2-0. 3 hits in the inning against Pedro.
I think the most difficult players on the Mets roster this entire season to evaluate at the end of the year, there's going to be a lot of different opinions, are Pedro Beato out of the bullpen and Josh Tolley, the catcher. I think it's going to be a lot of different opinions on an evaluation of these 2 players.
And why do you think that is?
Well, because I think for Josh, it's 2 years. It's last year with so much promise, and this year, you know, he didn't step it up a notch. And with Pedro, I think, getting off to that quick start, evaluating whether he is going to be a closeout kind of reliever, or do they have to go back to the drawing board and stick him as a starter again? I think it's going to be a lot of opinions about that.
Bounce down to third. Wright's going to go to second with it. Turner with the turn. Not in time. Well, Wright had the option to come home, but thought he had a chance to get 2 by way of second. But Gomes beat the Rap at first, and a run scores to make it 5-1.
Well, this is a play that has to be turned. David got rid of it quickly. But what happens with these bases loaded situation is the runner on first gets a big lead and really not interfered with Turner, but got on Turner very quickly. Had to step back and across and didn't get as much on that throw.
So Gomes gets credit for an RBI. 2 runs home in the inning. Now it's 5-1. Runners at the corners with 2 out for Ryan Zimmerman. Zimmerman 0 for 2, a sacrifice fly and a walk. And the breaking ball in for a strike. Well, the thing with Beato is that, you know, he's had to be here all year because he was a Rule 5 pick. So even when he struggled, the Mets didn't have the option of sending him down. Next year, they will have that option. Rule 5 pick has to spend 1 full year with the Major League club, and then you can do with him as you please. I think Tolley's situation is a whole lot more complicated.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Because, you know, Josh has had a pretty good second half offensively, but ultimately the decision as far as the Mets catching is concerned has got to be based on defense. Hit sharply, and Zimmerman's got a base hit. That brings home Cora. On his way to third is Gomes, and Zimmerman into second with an RBI double. 6-1 Washington. Zimmerman's second RBI of the night.
Well, National starting to bust this open. David off the line, breaking ball, pulled.
And Terry Collins right back out to the mound. So Beato will take his exit, and Dale Thayer will come in to face Michael Morse. The Nats with 3 runs home in the 8th, lead at 6-1. Back to Citi Field in just a moment. Del Thayer will be the Mets' 6th pitcher of the afternoon.
They got the loss in the second game of this series, came on and gave up a run and a couple of hits.
Comes in to face Michael Morse, second and third, 2 out. A ball and a strike to Morse as that one caught the home plate umpire, Dale Scott. And so Paulina will head out to the mound to give Scott a moment to feel better. Gomes at third, Zimmerman at second. 3 runs home for the Nationals in the 8th inning. This was a 2-1 game going to the 7th, but the Mets bullpen has just been unable to stanch the bleeding, and boy, how often that has been the case this year. A 2-1 game has turned into a 6-1 game. Ball and 2 strikes to Morris, and we talked about it earlier in the week, but it's one of the most difficult things to do is to gauge from year to year what you're going to get out of your bullpen.
Yeah.
And thus so difficult to figure out how to put one together. Slow ground ball, tough play, right with the bare hand on the wet grass, and throws out Morris. That's nice by David Wright. That ball had to be slick coming in on the grass, but able to put the clamps on it and put a close to the inning. 6-1 Washington. Behind the Mets in the standings, barring a Mets comeback these last 2 innings, the Mets will now be behind Washington in the standings when the day comes to an end. And one thing we've seen in this series, even though Steven Strasburg hasn't pitched, is the depth of young starting pitching that the Nats possess.
Well, there's 2 things I really like about their young starters when you look at them. One is that, we've seen Peacock and Malone the last 2 days. Peacock throws strikes. He can throw 3 pitches over for strikes. I think Malone, we talked about him being a little Tommy Glavine, so he's got the stuff to do it. Jordan Zimmerman, to me, has proven coming off injury that he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in that rotation. Of Strasburg, of course, over the moon, the stuff that he has and the ability that he has. But even more importantly, every single pitcher is a little different. So I think that's going to be good moving forward for them. That each pitcher has its own strengths and weaknesses. They're all different. So when you go into a series of 3 and 4 games against Washington, you're going to get a different look each time, and that's pretty special.
Now the Mets back in the mid-90s had Generation K, and they kind of put all their eggs in the young pitcher basket. So you wonder, you've got Strasburg, Zimmerman, you've got Peacock, Malone. Can you do that? Can you put all 4 of those guys in one rotation and just roll the dice?
I don't. I think that you have to make sure you have other arms in AAA in case they stumble, in case they need a little more seasoning. Some veteran guys down there. I think that's a really important thing for them. But also, if you're looking at their whole team, Gary, they score most of their home runs off the home run. So most of their runs off the home run. So I think they've got to make sure that they have guys that can put the ball in play also. I think they've got to play some small ball, and then they'll be at a position where maybe they can start to rival the Phillies and the Atlanta Braves.
Changes for the Nationals. You saw Brian Bixler has gone into play left field, double switch. He'll bat 9th. And the new pitcher Tyler Clippard will go in the 4-hole with Michael Morse coming out of the game. And this might be the day where they ask Clippard to go 2 innings because Drew Storen has worked 3 days in a row.
Well, Clippard's already pitched 2 innings in one of the games here, and then an inning in last night's ball game. He's having an historic season, as good as you can have, with the strikeouts, his ability to go a length in a game, and 34 holds on the season, which holds don't mean a lot for you and I, Gary, but it does say that a team that has struggled, he's a guy that has been the bridge to Drew Storen.
A little delay before we start this half inning because the grounds crew has had to do more work on the infield. It has been raining for the last half hour or so, although it appears as though the rain has just about moved out, but the grounds crew has been on overtime today. So putting down as much of that diamond dry and raking it in to try and soak up some of the moisture.
How about the hustle?
The Mets come to bat.
Nice hustle there.
And they don't dance while they're doing their work.
I got you.
Jason Bay is 1 for 3. Missed a 2-run homer by a couple of inches his last time up. Hitting one off the top of the Great Wall of Flushing. Manny Acosta up in the Mets bullpen. Clippard worked last night a very easy 1-2-3/8 with a couple of strikeouts. Bay, Pagan, and Evans due up for the Mets in the bottom of the 8th. Mets have been limited to 4 hits today after just 4 hits last night. And Bay slugs one down the left field line. That's an extra base hit going to the wall. Basin has to tiptoe around first base because of the wet, but he's able to get to second with his second double of the game.
Second double on an 0-2 pitch from Washington National pitchers.
So the Mets have their 5th hit of the afternoon, and Bay continues his fine homestand. A real bright spot amidst the 1-7 that the Mets have endured. Now Clippard will face Angel Pagan, who's been on base 3 times in a row, 2 walks and a single. You see a lot of the drying agent. It's kind of a Jackson Pollock look.
Yeah, it's very nice. I was going to say de Kooning, but I got you.
And the changeup from Clippard in for a strike. Well, that's been the problem during this series. Mets just have been unable to get that big hit. They had the bases loaded in the last inning. Wright got under one and left him loaded. Now Pagan trying to pick up Bay from second base as Clippard misses high. A ball and a strike.
You know, we were talking about that Tiger series and the Texas series where the offense was so great, and we talked a lot during those times of the team offense that the Mets had going. And right now they really just have a couple of offensive performers that are performing well, but not as a team.
Well, and I think, you know, it's much more about much more than just the lack of hits with a runner in scoring position. I think, you know, we've seen it the last few nights, the Mets' inability to get a bunt down.
Yeah.
It's, you know, and is it just a matter of this team expended so much energy just to keep their heads above water this year that now as we reach the final days they're just out of gas?
I'm always reluctant to go on the side of the players saying that they've run out of gas, because that should not happen. And if it does happen over the course of the season, and I think I've said it many times, my rookie year I ran out of gas, you know, disappointed in yourself when that happens. The great players play from April to October.
Two to Pagan, and he struck him out with a fastball. So Tyler Clippard gets Pagan for the first out of the inning.
That's quite a view we got there, right? From that center field camera, or right center field cameras. Could really see the elevation and how that fastball beat Pagan.
So 1 out now. Nick Evans is 0 for 3. Evans left a couple of runners on in the 6th inning, taking a call third strike from Colin Ballister after the Mets had gotten their first and only run in this game. And the first pitch Ball to Evans. Ball and a strike to Evans. Big series opening at Fenway Park tonight. The Red Sox and the Rays separated by 4 games in the wild card standings in the American League, starting a 4-game series. And Boston coming off a loss yesterday. Tampa Bay lost their last 2 in their series against the Orioles, failing to take advantage.
Well, if they don't come back, that'll be the 2 games they look back on in their season. The one thing about Joe Maddon and the Rays is that they always, when they were just starting to be a better team, always would get killed in Boston, always get killed in Yankee Stadium. And they've really turned that around at Fenway Park. They play awfully good baseball there.
And they'll have their fine youngster Jeremy Hellickson pitching tonight, going for his 13th win. And Boston going with Kyle Weiland, which is, you know, it's a testament to just how their pitching staff has been torn up. Evans hits one well toward the right field line. Gomes runs out of room. Sidewall advanced on him a little faster than he expected.
He's almost going to get a bill. You know, Hellickson, in a strange way, Gary, probably has the, although I wasn't a rookie, the same kind of start that I had in St. Louis in '85 when the Mets were down 3 games. You know, just one of those starts that he has to win, or at least keep them in the game, give them a chance to win.
But he's not facing John Tudor.
Tudor was unbeatable the end of that year.
Well, you matched him 0 for 0. Breaking ball turned around and hit into an unfathomable part of the ballpark.
I've never seen a ball pulled that foul from a right-hander.
Those folks up there on the promenade were definitely not expecting that. Well, it's an interesting story, and the Red Sox lost yesterday. You know, they lost to Toronto. See who got the game-winning hit for the Blue Jays? Adam Lowen. What a great story!
Yeah, it is a great story.
It's you know, it's the Rick Ankiel story all over again. Lowen, who had been a huge prospect with the Orioles as a pitcher, #1 draft pick, just flamed out as a pitcher, and now has made his return as an outfielder.
This week, hit a home run.
And a Canadian kid playing for the Blue Jays. They've got a couple of them now.
Third baseman
Brett Lawrie, who they got in the trade from Milwaukee for Sean Markham. But that's, you know, that's a terrific story. That anybody can do that is an amazing thing. I mean, you hear the stories all the time about position players who flame out and go to the mound. I think it's a lot harder to go the other way around.
Absolutely, because the one thing is that, you know, as a pitcher, you can give up your real young years to 26, 27, 28 years old and still have a 4 or 5 year window as a pitcher. Not the same usually for an everyday player. Those great years are usually between 22, 23, and 30.
Long turn at bat for Evans, and he fouls another one back. Also, you know, if you have not been honing your hitting during your whatever it is, late teens, early 20s, how do you ever develop the kind of batting stroke necessary to be a major league hitter?
I guess the only thing is in your favor. You haven't picked up any bad habits in quite a few years. But no, I think that one of the reasons that you get better is you face this great pitching over and over again, and Lowen did not.
Well, you know, you go back to the Josh Hamilton story, missing 4 years of those early 20s seasons, and then being able to come back and be a superstar player is almost beyond comprehension. Now the 2-2, swing and a miss, and Clippard finally gets the best of Evans with that changeup. A 9-pitch marathon.
This ball just never gets there. Look at the swing from Nick Evans, is trying to chase that changeup in the dirt.
So Bay led off the inning with a double. Now 2 out, and the Mets' woes with runners in scoring position continue. Willie Harris up for the second time. Willie hit one to the left field fence that Michael Morse ran down in the 7th. Mets now 0 for 9 in this game, 1 for 20 in the last 2 games with runners in scoring position. And Harris takes a changeup for a strike. Well, maybe Tom Malone's a little less nervous now. Remember, he came out after 5 2/3 and was pitching brilliantly. And he saw Colin Ballister face Jason Bay and nearly give up a tying 2-run homer. But it hit the top of the fence, brought in only 1 run, and Malone had every right to chew the fingernails down to the nub. But now with a 6-1 lead and 4 outs to go, maybe a little more relaxed.
Can't happen that often that 2 pitchers get their first major league win back to back.
Yesterday, Brad Peacock, who made his first major league start and pitched 5 scoreless to get the win, and today Malone in his 3rd start in line for a victory. Harris hits one in the air, shallow left center, and Worth coming on to make the catch and end the inning. So the Mets get a leadoff double, then continue their futility. Getting run is in. Still 6-1. Continued coverage of today's Mets National Series finale, plus Giants injury update and what's going on the island. Find out all on Geico Sports Night tonight, starting at 10:30, only on SNY. Manny Acosta, who has yet to pitch in this series, will come on to get the 9th inning for New York.
Yeah, one of the few Met relievers who had a nice night on Sunday night. 2 innings, 3 strikeouts. 4 days rest for Manny.
Jason Worth will lead off in the top of the 9th for Washington. The Mets used 9 pitchers in that Sunday game. They are using their 7th pitcher in this game. You know how there are certain places on the outfield grass? As it's hit hard down to third, banks off right. Tejada has no play, and Worth is aboard. So a shot down to David Wright that came up on him and ate him up. We'll wait to see how they score that.
Well, that ball hit awfully hard. No fault found here in the booth. That ball was hit 100 miles an hour.
But they scored an error, and for David, that's his 8th error in his last 10 games. It's just an enormous number of errors in a short period of time.
And no fault with the official scorer. You have to give an error there because it's right into his breadbasket. But as I said, as hard a ground ball as you're going to see.
So here's Danny Espinosa, 1 for 2, and he lines one into right center for a base hit. Over toward the gap goes Harris to cut it off. Espinosa trying for 2. Harris's throw is not in time, and Espinosa has his second hit of the game. Second and third and nobody out. Wind beginning to blow. Temperature starting to chill. It's feeling a little more like October.
Oh boy, look at that cloud, Gary.
Here's a Coors Light freeze cam.
Well, belt tie out over the plate. I tried not to make a living with pitches like that.
The kind that make the catchers close their eyes. Infield in for Chris Marrero, who's 0 for 4 today. That's now with 11 hits in the game. And Acosta misses high with a changeup, ball 1. Out to right field. Worth tagging at third. As Harris puts it away, Worth jogs on in. And Espinosa heads to third. Sacrifice fly from Marrero makes it 7-1 Washington. Let's check in with the studio, see what's coming up on Lincoln Postgame Live. Chris Carlin and Bobby Ojeda. Guys. All right, guys, here's Wilson Ramos, 2 for 4 on the day. A single and a double. And he lines one into center field for a base hit. That'll bring in Espinosa with the second run of the inning, and the Nats are pouring it on. 8-1 Washington.
Error, double. Marrero got him in, got him over. Ramos got him in.
Well, if that's Ramos's last at bat against the Mets this season, and it figures to be, he will finish the year with 21 hits in 41 at bats against Mets pitching. That is a .512 batting average.
Whatever book the Mets had on Ramos, they can just burn it in the offseason.
Roger Bernardina up to pinch hit. He's been battling a cut on his hand. That's why he hasn't played in this series other than to pinch run. But he comes up here as a pinch hitter. Bernardina batting for Clippard. And he hits one up the middle, and Acosta just getting roped. That's 3 hits in the inning. Tack on the error by Wright on a hard hit ball, and this is not what we've been seeing recently from Manny Acosta. Maybe the 3 days off were too many.
Well, you know, you hear a lot about closers that when they don't have their adrenaline pumping, but he hasn't been closer long enough. This is more of a role he's been in all season long.
Sean Burnett up in the bullpen for the Nats, getting ready to pitch the bottom of the 9th. Now Ian Desmond looking for a rare 5-hit game. Desmond 4 for 5 on the day. Single to center, single to right, single to left, single to left. He's driven in 1. He's scored 1. And the breaking ball away for ball 1. The Nationals have not had a 5-hit game this season. And Desmond drives one deep to left. Bay going back, and that's over his head, and Desmond has his 5-hit day. Ramos will score. Here comes the speedy Bernardina. He'll score easily. A 2-run double for Desmond. He has 5 hits on the day, and the Nationals are up 10-1. First career 5-hit game for Ian Desmond.
Uncle. I mean, hanging curveball here to Desmond. Boy, just a rope. And this ball caroms. It goes a little to Bay's left. That's not usually the bounce you get, so it allowed Bernardina to score.
So Desmond with the Nationals' first 5-hit game of the season and the first of his career. 14 hits for Washington on the day, and they have just clobbered the Mets bullpen. Here's Johnny Gomes up for the 3rd time. Came out as a pinch hitter in the 7th and walked. Drove in a run with a fielder's choice in the 8th, and now getting an at bat in the 9th. Well, Chris Schwinden, the starter for the Mets, is on the hook. He allowed 2 runs, 1 earned in 5 innings. But it is the bullpen that has poured major gasoline on the fire. And there's a fastball for a strike, 1-1 to Gomes. Carrasco allowed a run, which Herrera allowed to score on a balk. Beato gave up 3 runs, and now Acosta has been tagged with 4, although one of them will be unearned. 2 balls and a strike.
The Nationals bullpen has been outstanding. They have not been scored upon. R.A. Dickey gives up 2 earned runs in 7 innings. Dylan G gives up 2 earned runs in 6 innings. Pelfrey 2 earned runs in 7 innings. And today Schwinden 1 earned run in 5 innings. And the Mets have a chance to drop 4.
That one will go out of play. 2-2 now to Gomes. Well, tomorrow night, Chris Capuano gets the ball in Atlanta. And the Mets will hope that the road, which has been far kinder to them than Citi Field this year, will be a tonic. Because the Mets are about to finish a 1-8 homestand. Line center field. And Pagan is there to grab it. And they're just hitting rope after rope against Manny Acosta. 2 out in the inning. Now Ryan Zimmerman, the 8th man up in the inning. Zimmerman with a couple of RBIs today on a sacrifice flying double. He's 1 for 4. Make it 1 for 3. Well, Mike Baxter is warming up in the bullpen. So Mike from Whitestone may get a chance to pitch. So that's an interesting development. Ball 1 to Zimmerman.
They've scored these 4 runs on Manny on 15 pitches.
Well, it's been a long time since we've seen Acosta hit like this. He's been such a big bright spot for the last 6-7 weeks. For the Nationals, the 5-hit game by Ian Desmond, the first for a Washington player since April of '09 when Christian Guzman had a 5-hit game. There's the 1-1. On the outside corner, a strike, 1-2. Acosta trying to put this inning to bed. And Zimmerman down on strikes to end it. But the Nats tack on 4, and they'll take a 10-1 lead into the bottom of the 9th with Sean Burnett on to pitch. road after 3 more outs. And the Nats trying to finish off a 4-game sweep. Roger Bernardina, who pinch hit, stays in the game in center field. And Sean Burnett will try and get the last 3 outs.
Yeah, trying to clean this up. Burnett started his career in Pittsburgh, moved on here to Washington. Has been pretty serviceable as their left-hander. See his record this year, has 4 saves.
Ronnie Polina will lead off for the Mets in the last of the 9th. Mike Nickius on deck to pinch hit, and then Ruben Tejada. Mets have been held to a run on 5 hits today. They've scored just 5 runs in this 4-game series. Ball 1 to Polino. The Mets are in danger of getting swept in a 4-game series at home for the 2nd time this season. They were swept 4 games by Colorado early in the year. That was, if you'll recall, the Troy Tulowitzki series, as he just went crazy on the Mets, hitting a home run in each game. Before this year, the Mets had not been swept in a 4-game series at home since 2004. In that year, they got swept in 4-game series twice on 1 homestand, if you can believe that, by the Padres and by the Marlins. That was the last year of the Art Howe tenure. 2-1 to Polino. And he hits one right under the glove of Burnett and into center field. So Ronnie has a base hit to start the 9th. Off his former battery mate. And now Mike Nickius will come up to pinch hit. The last time that a Washington team swept a 4-game series in New York was 1924.
Oh, American League.
When the Senators swept a series 4 games at Yankee Stadium. 1924. Now the Senators, remember, played in the American League through the 1971 season, so they had a lot more opportunities, but never did.
I'm all about making history, but this is ridiculous.
Of course, in 1924, the Senators went on to win the American League pennant and beat the Giants in the World Series.
Walter Johnson had to be on those teams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Big Train.
Jose Reyes getting the day off today. He'll be back in the lineup tomorrow night in Atlanta. And Nickius is down on strikes. So Burnett registers the first out in the last of the 9th. And Ruben Tejada will come to bat with 1 out and 1 on. Tejada led off the first inning with a double to left field. Since then he's grounded out and flied out twice. The wind has really kicked up the last couple of innings. There's still some rain in the air and it's blowing kind of sideways. It's turned from a lovely day at the start into a rather uncomfortable day at the finish. Mets are heading to Atlanta, where it's supposed to be pretty cool tomorrow night, believe it or not. Mid-September in Atlanta, you figure you get nothing but beautiful warm days. 0-2 to Tejada.
Gary, that 24 World Series, 4 of the games are decided by 1 run, 7-game series. And Walter Johnson pitched 4 innings of relief on 2 days rest in Game 7 to ensure that they would beat the New York Giants and their manager John McGraw.
And the 7th game went 12 innings. And if I recall my baseball history correctly, was it Freddie Lindstrom who muffed the ball for the game winner?
Right.
Well, Tom Malone is 2 outs away from his first big league win, so he's a very interested spectator.
Listen, if you're going to get your first big league win, you want to walk on the field and shake some hands.
Hoodie and all. It's nice that guys can wear hoodies in the dugout now.
Come on.
Hit the other way, a base hit for Tejada, his 2nd hit of the game. And so the Mets will make Malone wait around a little longer. So 2 on and 1 out. Now Justin Turner, who's walked twice, lined out and flied out to center. Well, the Mets get another chance with a runner in scoring position. 0 for 10 today. 1 for their last 26. And that one, if I recall, did not drive in a run. There was an infield hit by Jason Bay last night. There's a strike. 0-1 to Turner. Well, if anybody's going to get a hit with a runner in scoring position, it's going to be Turner. 368 for the year. But he hits a double play ball to short. The turn made by Espinosa, and the ball game is over. And the Nationals complete a 4-game series sweep of the Mets, move past the Mets in the standings. The Mets lose their 6th in a row and finish a 1-8 homestand as the Nationals batter the Mets bullpen, give Tom Malone his first big league win, and win it 10-1.
Well, the Nationals had 2 rookies back-to-back, Brad Peacock and now Tommy Malone, getting their first wins in the major leagues, going out to shake a little hands for Davey Johnson's crew as they take sole possession of 3rd place. The bullpen for the Washington Nationals has to get most of the credit. 14 2/3 innings of shutout baseball in this 4-game series.
40-minute rain delay in the 2nd inning. Chris Schwinden takes the loss. He pitched well, though. Nats win it 10-1. We'll come back with more from Citi Field in just a moment.